Greetings and salutations, and welcome to Flintlocks and Fireballs, where a handful of mad actors will attempt to survive the treacherous waters of Dungeons and Dragons. I am your host and Dungeon Master Jason Phelps, and I am joined, as ever, by Robbie Bellekom, Sam Fail-Rail Burns, and Ellie Sparrow.
I have questions.
Okay. I'm imagining...
Am I a pale of whales?
Yes.
Am I the colour of a pale whale? And it's a descriptor for who I am. I have questions.
It's a pail of whales. That's a very large pail.
Okay.
All very small whales.
Oh, you see, I interpreted it as a pail which wails and is filled with whales.
Oh, no, that's horrible.
Well, when you take the lid off, it's just like...
Yes.
Yes.
This is why you're the
GM.
GM.
I like mine more.
For you are Jason, and Jason is you.
Speaking of Jason being me,
Wow, nice segue. Good lord, that was smooth.
as will no doubt have been brought up in the messages from the present, from future me last week, in the past, for you, which is still the present for me. Last episode was not, in fact, on my birthday. This episode is on my birthday, if we've got the calculations right.
Go back to the past and give past us a slap and tell them it's not Jason's birthday.
Yes.
And then
birthday,
birthday, Jason, yes.
Yes.
Jason's birthday, it's his birthday, but it's not because we pre-record. Yay! How old are you now?
So, on that note, happy birthday, future Jason! And while you're there, what messages from the present? Thanks, past Jason. You remembered. How wonderful. And now, Hobbit-like, you must give presents to everyone else. Speaking of presents, this is future Jason with messages from just that. Libris Arcana offers monthly or quarterly dice subscriptions. Head over to librisarcana.com and for less than $12 US, just under £9, you'll receive a set of 7 premium dice and 1 randomly selected bonus die every month to sate the will of the die-hungry beast below. This month's set is the Hawaiian Sunset, a Libris Arcana exclusive set. You will get 8 dice as part of your Libris Arcana subscription. And unless you receive a selection of mini dice, most dice tend to be of similar size. Assuming the bonus die was a standard D6, if you stack each of these on top of each other, you will achieve a height of 12.3 centimeters or just under 4 7/8 of an inch. This means that you will need 7 months of subscription to build a dice tower the height of Corzin Horhace at 2 foot 10 inches, just over a year's dice to reach the height of Scamp at 4 foot 11 inches, and a whopping 16-month subscription to beat the heady 6 foot 4 inches of Celestia Stardust. But why stop there? 6 months will provide enough dice to equal the height of a classic halfling riding dog, 15 months to equal the height of a warhorse. You'd need 2 years of subscription to equal the height of a troll, 4.5 years to equate the height of a cloud giant, 12 years to match the length of a purple worm, and fully 20 years of subscription to equal the height of an ancient red dragon. Now get those in gold, and you can even make a decent start on its hoard. Listen up for a spot from our friends over at the Roaring Trainers during the break this episode. If you didn't catch our April Fool's episode, which came out yesterday on Monday, the 1st of April, go check that out. We recorded a fake episode 39 of a Ghibli-esque alternative podcast, Skylords of Sharantel. It also features our very first guest on this podcast, the inestimable Amy Larum from the podcast Infinite Deer. Amy is wonderful to play with and an absolute punisher when it comes to plays on words. Go check out episode 39 of Skylords of Sharantel. It is a full-length one-shot and it is a blast. And that's it for announcements from me. So, it's back to you, past Jason. How old am I now? In other news, by the time that this episode comes out, I will be an age of which both digits together add up to 5.
Oh.
Yes. Which, as mentioned in the pre-recording chat by Ellie, means that I am anywhere of the ages 5, 14, 23, 32, 41, or 50. Assuming we don't allow for exotic numbers like 60 minus 1.
I'm going for 90 minus 1, which doesn't add up anyway. So
No!
I clearly can't do maths.
Oh wow, D&D is going to go really well. I think you're 5. That's what I'm gonna. That's my suspicion.
You found me out!
The
not the voice
cross-border
of
sentinel voice
5-year-olds.
is your real voice.
Yeah.
That's the secret.
That's terrifying.
That's the voice I read Professor Flitwick and Ginny as.
Yes.
And sometimes Dobby.
Jason, please never use your real voice again.
Make it
Master
stop.
has given Dobby a gun! Master has made his last mistake! I don't know who originally came up with that, but that was our favourite tweet for about a week.
I can't remember I can't remember who tweeted it, but like, if it was you, I love you.
Yes, whoever you are, we love you.
It genuinely still brings me joy sometimes. I love it that much.
All of us deep joy.
Speaking of making our lost mistakes...
No, stop.
Oh god.
I'm going to do everything right in D&D, and there's nothing you can do about it.
It's time for...
No, don't want to.
Flintlocks and Fireballs. Our land stands on the sabre's edge.
Our cities are a powder keg.
Brother chains, brother, no one's free. A life on land is short, you'll see.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.
Previously on Flintlocks and Fireballs. The party have returned to the capital of Alicent to find that it is in the middle of a thus far quite civilized siege. The Royal Guard has camped around the exits to the city, while the National Guard, answering to the National Assembly as opposed to the King, have manned the walls of Alicent. The party, having made their alliances with the crew of the Hesperidia, returned to Alicent to see what they could do to aid the cause of the revolution. Upon returning, they made contact with an old, with their associate Jean-Paul Savat, but before that, made contact with Professor Moriarty, a professor of divination, who provided a very illuminating scrying spell for them. After a certain amount of trauma and revelations, the party finally spoke to Jean-Paul Savat, who alerted them to several smaller but still crucial tasks that they could do to help assist the revolution. Not 3 of which he mentioned himself, with the possibility of more, were they to make contact with his associate and leading member of the National Assembly, Jacqueline Dumois. Savat mentioned 3 opportunities: attacking the supply depots in the camps outside the city, escorting the King's finance minister to the courts of justice, where she would be able to provide vital testimonies, or perhaps infiltrating the Mirrored Palace and attempting to steal correspondence between the King and General Fernald. While mulling upon this matter, the party also returned to Old Mother Scrimshaw, who provided the piece of information that Celestia had been waiting for, in exchange for a very carefully and specifically delineated future favour to retrieve an item within a set time limit and with well-established penalty clauses.
Oh yeah, I've forgotten that bit.
Shit. It's fine. It's gonna be fine.
Hag deal count 7.
7. Yep, 7 hag deals so far. If she is in fact a hag, which she definitely is.
Definitely a hag.
However, before opening the letter, Celestia and Leah at last revealed the nature of their final moments of parting before the adventure began. After this revelation, the literal revelation of the brand upon Leah's arm, the party opened the letter and found the vital clue that Celestia was looking for. The individual that she sought blackmail material on had murdered another drow without properly disposing of the murder weapon. With the knowledge that if they were able to get that weapon into their possession, it could be used magically as evidence against them, Celestia finally has the blackmail material she needs. Which brings us back to pretty much instantly after that. The 4 of you are currently in an isolated passageway in the catacombs within Alicent, deciding where to go and what to do next. It is the late afternoon on the 27th of Full Frost.
Right. Well, that was a lot.
Yeah.
That's one way to put it, yes.
I mean, the thing about the whip's great, but it's definitely not going to be any use for a good old while.
Well, I don't even know where the nearest entrance to the Underdark would be.
Oh, we're not talking about that. Nope, we're not.
No.
We're not going there unless we really, really have to, quite urgently,
This
and we
is not
don't.
something-
But
This is a long-term goal.
it is. This is a very long-term
feels
goal.
like Kraken killing levels long-term goal.
Oh yeah, I mean it's going to be about as easy as murdering a kraken, getting that fucking whip off my sister. She loves that thing.
Well, I'll take your word for that. In the meantime, then, we've got a couple of things that we can be doing in or around this city.
Yeah.
So, which do we feel like we could be doing?
The Mirrored Palace, I really feel like we need plans for it.
Yeah,
We need...
That's not something we rush into.
No, I feel like
Maybe
we
we
need
should-
a layout of the building. Which
Maybe we
Savat...
should have a word with Savat about
Well, we
that.
asked him before, and he said he was going to get us some with time. So I think it's
give
just...
him time.
Yeah, it's just a matter of waiting. I'm sure he'll get word to us.
So we can try escorting this person, or we can try burning the supplies and maybe using that as a distraction to escort this person.
Not a bad idea, right?
That's
Are
a
they in
really
different
good
areas?
idea.
Well, you know from observation as riding into town that the 5 army camps, of which you've been asked to try and destroy supply depots in 3 of, are located around the entrances to and from Alicent. So if you consult your handy maps, then there is one towards the Paper Gate, one towards Shepherd's Gate and River Gate, so north and west, one towards the Steel Gate to the east, and then 2 that are towards the Weaver's Gate, and one that sort of covers between the Mirror Gate and the South Gate. You would need the... you also know from conversation with Savat and him handily pointing out to you on a map that the villa of the lady in question, one Lutetia Aubery, is located about 3 miles to the south of the city, and the nearest gate to go through would be the south gate, but getting back through any of those would involve going via Mirror, South, or Weavers, as you would need to travel several miles up or downstream to get to a bridge.
Okay. So is there a... I'm having difficulty picturing it. I don't have a map in front of me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me
me
let me just do the digital map for you.
Listeners, of course, you'll have one.
Yes, well, but I think by
Much
this point it will
appreciated.
probably be on the handy Indiana Jones style map, given the way that these.
With the little red line.
Yes, here you go. So this is. It should
It's
be
always my preferred means of transport.
yes, via little red line.
How did you get here before us? How did we get here?
So these little boxes of ammo that we've got to destroy are basically all around at various points.
And less little boxes and more large dumps.
And this woman is...
She is the King's finance minister. She was essentially the Chancellor of the Exchequer.
She's to the south.
Yes.
Okay.
So causing a distraction to the north would not be a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, really not a bad shout, actually.
How big are the distances? Is it feasible to set fire to a few and make our way down there?
It is. If I can have my copy of the map back, thank you. I really should have put a scale on this. Oh, I did put a scale on this. It's just quickly hand noted in a top corner because the printout version I have is not as advanced as the version that will no doubt be available to our stowaways, which is the beauty of doing these several episodes in advance. So 1, 2, 3. It is. The thing is, it is certainly possible to cause a degree of chaos. However, between each of the camps are potentially 2 to 3, or at least on the northern side, there's about 2 miles distance between the Shepherd's Gate camp and the Papergate camp. And then a good 3 to 4 miles, probably close to 4 miles, towards the Steelgate camp if you went around the outside of the city. The closest to the Mirrorgate and Weaver's Gate camps by comparison, well, actually it would be Southgate and Weaver's Gate camps by comparison, are only about a mile apart.
Right.
Alisont is pretty large.
And we'd need to get at least 3 in order to do any good.
At least 2, but preferably 3, is what you've been told.
So
I
the
guess-
ones that are far apart aren't really feasible to do all in one go because they'll be alert as soon as one goes up. If they're only a mile apart, that you've got a potential of getting between them.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to say this in character because I think it's more fun. So, if this woman is south, right, and we've got to sort of get her out and away from the troops, what if we do all 3 south ones?
There's only 2 on the south.
Is
The one at the south gate also covers the Mirror Gate.
Right.
The Steelgate's south-ish. No, it's east. It's just east.
Where is Steel? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's not like in terms of distance. As the Scamp flies, it's only about a mile. It's only about a mile and a half distant from the Weaver's Gate. The problem would be getting over the river.
Not if you're flying.
Yes.
I just wonder if there's a way that we can take out 3 of these and sort of fly her off in the chaos. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, if we do the ones to the south, then security is going to be ramped up there pretty sharpish. So it probably behooves us to do the ones to the north, so that attention is drawn away from where we're going to have to
But
go
they're
in
so
order to get
far
her.
apart. By the time we've hit one, the others will be on guard.
That's what I was thinking. Like,
Yeah.
if we... If we have somebody already
quickish.
with, I'm suggesting splitting the party, which I know you're all going to hate. But if we have a couple of shut up, if we have a couple of people with her already ready to go, and then we have another couple of people ready to set some stuff on fire, then it can all happen at the same time. Does that make any sense?
We'd have to coordinate, but yeah, it's doable.
But we've got no way of communicating.
We're not sending.
And if one of the... Well, not today we haven't.
True, not today. We'd have to sleep.
And only in one direction. Like, if the group that doesn't have you needs to communicate...
It is worth mentioning that you do have 8 days until the army arrives, which is the most likely time for conflict to actually kick off.
Well, I mean, maybe let's do it tomorrow after we've slept.
Or we go to sleep now and do it in the middle of the night.
That might not be a bad idea, actually. Darkness might only help.
Well, I'd be willing to bet that most of the guards can't see in the dark as well as either of you can.
Well, yeah, probably.
True.
But the thing is, if we blow up some stuff, we could maybe sneak around the side, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. I'm a bit worried about splitting us up. Because I can do a lot of damage, but I can't heal.
Me too. I can't heal a lot. Fair.
It is worth mentioning, by the way, Corzin, on that observation, that you are quite right, and you would know this. The majority of members of the army will, by and large, the army's representation roughly follows the representation of races in Jova, which is to say overwhelmingly human and halfling.
Yeah.
There are the third most populous after that would be orcs, and then it just goes down.
Right.
And of those, the three most common races in Jova, only the orcs actually have dark vision.
So, stay away from anyone who looks a bit orcish.
If they've got any sense, those will be the people on night duties.
Yeah, true.
True.
But if they have less of them, that still gives us better odds.
Yeah. Does this all need to happen on the same night?
Not necessarily. We could do them separately.
Is it worth getting this lady to safety before we start blowing
Before we
stuff
set off all the really big security.
Yeah.
That might be a really good idea. They might get really, really on watch after we blow some stuff up. And then getting her out might get really difficult. Maybe we do it separately. Maybe it's all too far apart to do on the same day.
Alright, so do we want to attempt to get her out first, then? Because they're not necessarily... I mean, just out of character, I need to clarify. Is it known widely that this particular woman intends to defect?
No, so that has made it clear to you that it is very much a secret arrangement between them.
Right.
However, she is, that he has also previously explained that she is being kept with an honour guard of troops.
Essentially under house arrest. Right.
So with hang on, I need to clarify this out of character. So with an honour guard of troops from the army who want to keep her there?
From the Royal Guard, yes. She basically so that implied that she's being held, not actually hostage, but rather she's being kept at her home with soldiers there, both ostensibly to protect her, but maybe also to ensure her loyalty.
Okay, cool. I've got it.
Well, if we can get her away from where she is being held, then provided that we stay a reasonable distance away from any other military people, it is not widely known that she intends to defect, so they're not going to be looking for her. Not until they get the word out, anyway.
It's just a matter of getting her out without anyone being bothered,
I think I can make her hard to see for a short amount of time. I don't know, it's just a feeling. It's not something I've done before.
That's good to know.
Something new I think I can do. But I don't think it'll last all that long.
Alright.
Could be all we need.
But it could be good to get someone in or out out of the house into the city. But it's going to take my concentration. I don't think I could fly at the same time.
Might not need to.
Indeed.
Might be worth having some horses, though.
Oh, I could do that.
Just so we can, fuck off. I wouldn't like to be necessarily on foot. That's not that fast.
No.
Yeah, horses would be a good idea for a getaway.
As a gentle reminder, you can travel 4 miles an hour on foot and 10 or 13 at a full pelt. And really, that sort of full pelt is either going to kill a horse or require it to be a phantom steed with a riding horse.
If we can get her to the river and then across the river and come in through a different gate, they won't expect us to be coming across the river.
Yeah, I think taking her a weird long way round is not actually a bad shout.
What, so go in through the south gate and then maybe go across either Victory's Bridge or Regent's Bridge?
No, come into the city maybe through Steel Gate.
Ah.
Like go all the way around the outside of the city and literally go in through a different gate.
Ah, okay.
No, I think that might be good because that'll throw them off. If we go straight in through the nearest gate, it's going to be really obvious.
Although, won't there be a checkpoint at that gate?
I think I don't know how often I can't do this much, but I might be able to get her in without her being seen.
I can probably talk our way in. That usually works.
Well, it worked before.
Fingers crossed. I just had a really bad person thought, and I just want to share this with you all. This might be morally bad. I think it probably is, but I thought I should say it because it was an idea that I had. With regard to this ammunition being destroyed, I could just tell some soldiers in a few different camps to go and destroy it. If I tell them the ammunition is compromised or corrupted or something, it is possible I could just make some people do it.
How long's your spell last?
8 hours? Potentially. But that would get people in trouble, so as I say, that might be a bad person thing.
Well,
Yeah.
it does sort of depend on, like, if you tell them to destroy the ammunition in one camp, are they then going to go to the next one?
Well, if you get enough people, you could tell them to do it at a time and do it simultaneously. Which would negate the whole...
I mean, I can only do one of that spell at a time. That's the thing. I'm out of character, I'm thinking suggestion.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I can also do the mass charm person thing. But I don't think that would be quite enough to get people to, like, fuck up their ammunition. I mean, it might, but, like, suggestion feels more...
But we could hit 2 camps at the same time, because we could
Yeah, that was
another.
my thought, actually. Is if you convinced the soldiers in one to destroy their ammunition cache whilst we were doing the next one, that wouldn't be too much of a bad idea. But
especially if they were on opposite ends of the city.
Yeah.
And we could get faster to... So we think we're going after this lady tonight after a nap.
Yeah, I think her first was one of your better ideas.
And then tomorrow night we go after the... Do a bit of recon in the day. Then tomorrow night go after the cache.
Yeah.
Caches.
Leah, are you okay with all this?
Oh, Leah, I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. All things being considered, I'm not sure I should... I'm a little uncomfortable.
Do you want to stay in the city?
I'm not sure I should go with you for this whole... for fetching the... escorting the lady into the city. Just because... Forgive me if I have this wrong, Scamp. At most, you can make 2 people fly, right?
Yes.
Right, which means that you can carry... that 4 people in total can go into the air. If there's 4 of us there already, then with the person you're trying to move, Letitia, or whatever her name is, that makes it 5. That's more than you can take into the air.
But also, you were saying you won't be able to fly us anyway, won't you?
Depends what I've used. But the flying would only be to get across the river. Unless we have to dash fast. And if we've got far enough away that we've got a bit of time, I can make my little floaty disc. That can go over a river, as long as I don't go too high.
True, but it depends if we're running, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm also really worried about leaving you anywhere because Olga, so...
I'm well aware of that, but look, I'm here because I want to help as much as because of this whole...
bullshit.
Yes. But I don't think it's practical to think that you can keep by my side every minute of every day.
I didn't mean it like that.
I know you didn't, but is there someone you trust?
I kind of did. I don't think there's...
Is there anyone in this city that you can trust?
Yes,
I'm
but
happy
he's
to
getting
stay
drunk with
them.
the enemy.
Oh, you mean fuck? Yeah, well,
Fucking hell.
She looks at you bewildered.
We have a gnome friend, he's great, but he's in the Mirrored Palace. With the
Getting
Hanalis.
drunk.
Well, what about somewhere I could hide?
I mean, you could pop in Horn Alley, I suppose.
or we could ask Savat if there's somewhere secure at the university.
That might be better.
I mean,
It needs to be somewhere you can't identify from the scrying. Like a plain room, no obvious sounds of what's outside, no one talking about, oh yes, we're in Horn Alley, going past.
Fucking hell.
And you need to sit quietly and not have any conversations that are important. We don't know she's not been watching us, waiting for us to separate.
I mean, I suppose we could always ask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think we might as well do that now before we move on this thing.
Well, we've got to have a nap first anyway.
Let's go to sleep
Exactly.
and worry about
Yes.
this in the morning. Well, the night.
evening.
You know, one of those things.
Okay. You're going to head back to your to re-rent your quarters, your room at the Lonely Shepherdess,
Oh, fucking hell.
or are you thinking you're staying anywhere else?
We need
That's probably
somewhere
highly
quiet that's not identifiable. Brothel noises are identifiable.
I mean, I doubt it's the only brothel in the city, but
I didn't fucking sleep the last time we were here. Can we stay, like, literally anywhere else? Literally anywhere.
Yeah.
I think I saw a place when we were coming in through the gate.
Okay.
The steel gates. It had a sign. Looked like an inn or something. It had a duck on the sign.
Yes, we were told there's a friend there.
Were we? Which one's
Ages
this?
ago.
Sorry, today's been a lot. I'm losing track. Duck. The old duck.
Ages
Yes. Who the
ago.
fuck was there?
A friend of the nice lady from the place we went. With the nice kid.
Oh, yeah. Sulian
Yeah.
one. Henri.
Pierre is at the old duck.
Pierre. Brilliant. We could go and make friends with Pierre. That could
Let's
be...
do that. Especially if we're planning on coming into the city from that side.
Right. Do you want to head to the old duck?
Why not?
Yes,
I think
yes
so,
we
yeah.
would.
Okay. You re-emerge from the smuggler's market and head towards the foundry quarter. At the far end of the foundry quarter, towards the steel gate, you continue along the last sort of avenue near the walls before you reach a pub and associated inn, which is indeed bearing the sign of an elderly-looking duck. The duck is the duck has not really. I don't think duck feathers grow grey with age, but the artist here appears to have taken some liberties.
I feel like maybe they do. I'm sure I've seen greying ducks.
I feel like their beaks go grey.
Oh.
Oh.
I swear their beaks lose yellow colour and they start going a bit grey.
Well, it definitely has a grey sort of beak to it. And inside, you see that the tavern, the main room of the tavern itself, is actually quite nice. It's a sort of bright, well-lit tavern filled. There's lots of sort of candles and lanterns lighting it. The wooden tables have been thoroughly polished. There is actually behind the bar. There's actually a large line of bottle. There's like they have one of those. They have like shelves full of bottles. Well, there's the shelves which are full of actually containing alcohol, but you can see the top shelf is just full of brightly coloured different bottles that seem to just be various rare or interesting alcohols or just bottles that the barkeep has collected at some point. And again, the bar itself is very thoroughly shone up, and the publican is present. He is currently polishing. He's with one hand polishing said bar. He's. You can see there's a cloth nearby where he was polishing the bar, but at this particular moment he's cleaning a mug. And he looks up, and he's a human fellow, brown hair, brown eyes, huge pot belly, and one of those sorts of reddish bulbous noses. That's you might classically called a drinker's nose. And as you approach, you just can detect a definite whiff of garlic. Hello! Welcome to the Old Duck!
Hello.
So, are you looking for a drink? It's a little early in the day, but there's always time, somewhere to stay, something to take your mind off the horrible situation.
Yes.
All of those things.
What can I
Yeah,
get you?
all of the above.
I'll have a big whiskey, please. Leah, do you want anything? I feel like I at least owe you a drink.
She seems a little reticent, but
You don't
the
have
same.
to.
The same.
Okay.
The whiskey is coming up, and for you, and for... He pauses at the hooded but not bearded form of Scamp.
It's fine, I'm a grown-up. I'd like a milk with whiskey, please.
Sure.
Corzin's going to tug on on Scamp's robe and go, you know that I'll cause it to curdle, right?
What's a curdle?
A friend.
He
I'll buy it.
pours out 4 whiskies, one with milk.
How
Whiskey
much are
with
they
milk
all?
is really good,
It is really good.
especially if the milk's warm.
6 silver.
Fantastic.
And passes 3 of them towards you, but leaves the milk with whiskey where it is, so that you have to reach over and get it, Scamp.
I'm going to keep my hands inside my cloak and try and pick it up.
Gives the occasional sidelong look, but his sunny manner resumes with the rest of you. As you take a sip of the milk, you can actually feel the warmth of the whiskey.
Oh,
Roll a d100.
Oh no.
Oh no.
oh God.
You're a monster.
This goes straight back to alcohol immunity, by the way.
No.
61.
Okay. For the next minute, whenever you speak, you shout.
Oh God.
So what are we going to do now?
Whoa! What?
Whoa.
What is happening?
A little bit over enthusiastic, I see.
This is really good.
Just
Maybe I should not have given that one the whiskey, huh?
yeah, I think maybe they've just lost their head for it. Do you have
I'm
any,
really tired.
do you have any rooms?
You know what? If you can get that one, yes, sure. Well, why not? I have a couple of rooms available. He seems a little flabbergasted by these, by this situation. It's 2 gold pieces for
I've
the
got
night.
gold.
Great, let's do that.
Okay. After paying,
I pay for Leah.
Okay. There are
Okay,
two.
so there's 2 gold each.
A gold each. So 2 gold.
Oh,
total.
a gold each, right.
Yeah.
Unless she horribly objects, I pay for Leah, I should say.
She does not. But the innkeeper Pierre begins hurriedly rushing you upstairs towards 2 not very large but well swept, clean, comfortable rooms, both of which have a single bed but also like a long settee type affair for a second person to lounge in or possibly sleep on as needed.
I set up on a city in one of the rooms and let Leah go wherever she wants to go in whichever room.
Leah sort of rolls her eyes a little and sets up in the same room as you but taking the bed.
I will set an alarm around the room that has Leah in it.
Okay. She
Okay.
watches as you roll a little bit of silver thread all around the room. She does. Sorry, they do this every night, do they?
Yeah, it's a safety thing. They know if anyone leaves or enters.
Oh, good.
Yeah, helpful. Very helpful.
No, yes.
Are you okay?
I'm fine!
Well, fucking good for you!
I was going to say, Scamp, you take the bed, I'll take the settee. It's miles too big for me anyway.
Oh,
You can actually just lie flat down on the settee for you.
Yeah.
Corzin,
I
it's fine.
imagine I'm like crunched up. Like
If he's
I'm
lying
all
in the
limbs.
middle, he probably can't
It's
reach the
a little
sides.
uncomfortable. Like that you like. I'm gonna say half. Roll a luck check for me, Celestia.
Oh god, okay. 16.
Fortunately, just before eventually sort of keep nodding off for a while, you discover the latch that lets you lower the head of it, rather than, say, it coming undone halfway through your sleep.
Amazing.
Of course, it doesn't need
That would
to.
have been awful. Ah! Olga's here!
If it's on a human scale, this room, like a large floor proof would be fine for Corzin.
Given your company, Pierre elected not to rent you the halfling rooms.
Fair.
That would have sucked for me and Leah.
Oh yeah.
She's 5'10", I'm 6'4", that would have been awful.
Yeah, no.
So, as you find yourself settling down, and after about a minute or so, Scamp, your voice returns to its normal volume. However,
Corzin go, was that one of your, and he just sort of vaguely gestures to try and indicate magic things.
Like wavy finger gestures.
Yeah,
I think so, yeah.
right. Let us know, well, you will let us know if it happens again, I suppose.
I mean, I didn't really notice. It sounded normal to me.
It was a touch like outside voice, I would say.
Okay.
Inside voice.
in the other room, Leah sits awkwardly on the bed.
I am like sat straight backed on the couch, not knowing what to do with myself. This is really awkward, isn't it?
Yes, I've got to say is I really just, as much as I like them, I didn't want to be in the same room with them while they were shouting all the time.
Fair. That's fair. They don't usually shout.
Oh, good.
They have a weird thing that happens sometimes. Their magic goes a bit
Oh, so it
haywire.
is puberty.
What? We don't... It might be... We've talked to other tieflings. Nobody else had this, so we're not sure, to be honest.
She smiles and chuckles to herself. Look. We're out. I'm not saying we should leap into bed with each other or anything, but let's at least try to relax a bit around each other.
You say that like it's easy.
I know. But with everything, and I do mean everything, it's a little hard to know exactly where we stand.
Yeah.
But for now, can we at least agree on friends?
Friends is good. Didn't think we'd never get that far again, to be honest.
No, me neither. But then a giant squid thing destroyed a town in front of me, and you literally flew down from the sky and rescued me.
That did happen. Fuck me.
Is that normal for you now?
No.
Okay,
just
checking.
It's been a weird couple of months. Like, really, really weird.
Because again, I thought I was having a weird time, but...
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I've ever really had normal.
Well, true. But the weird wasn't quite as frequent, was it? Down below.
Not the weird, no.
No.
God, this is a mess, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's stupid, but I am still glad to see you.
And are you? The thing is, what I said to the others about flying and needing there to be 4 people. That's true. That just from a tactical standpoint, that's true. But
We need space.
I spent a year having to be near you.
Yep.
Having to be by your side or close by. And I know it wasn't like that when we were alone, but...
I get that. You know this isn't like that, right?
No, of course. I know it isn't. I know it isn't. She sort of taps the side of her temple and then puts her fist near her chest for a moment. The thing is, I want to be near you, but I want being near you to be because I want to be near you.
Not because some scary hag monster is after you, yeah. Or because we're in the Underdark in a horrible situation.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And to do that, I need to be able to not be near you.
Mm-hmm. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to put some sort of safety in place. Somewhere you can go.
She nods. I mean, that's just sensible. I don't want to be somewhere that a crazy old hag can just break in through the window and kidnap me.
I mean, I'm not sure I'd sit you in a room all day like Scamp. I don't think that's what you escaped for.
Some sort of...
But something... a safety something in place.
At the very least, a room with books, you know? Preferably a bit more than one room.
Yeah.
Maybe
The
somewhere in
university
garden.
might be really nice.
Looks nice.
They might have paints.
That would be...
You know,
much
I wish
better.
she'd hurry up and fucking get here. So that... I know that's awful. I don't really.
Maybe that's her evil plan. She's just going to taunt you for ages with the possibility of coming in at any time.
She's going to wait for us to hate each other enough that we just destroy each other, and then she's going to come in like, ha-ha! Here! Oh.
Although, legitimately, is that something she would do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Leah looks a little disconcerted.
No. Sort of Quilena on Redleaf. Like...
Oh, wow.
It's not a great description, but...
No, I...
There's something of her in
Gets the
Quilena, I don't know.
gist.
Yeah. I'm sorry that we have to confine you to a fucking building. It's awful. I wish you could just wander about and... Or maybe, I don't know, maybe you can wander about, maybe we can work something out, but there'd have to be a place that you could go to if stuff went wrong.
I understand.
Maybe we could hire you a bodyguard.
That might be something. Who knows? But let's ask your friend, ally, whatever. Maybe they know. Maybe there's something.
Yeah.
Something better than a room, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, it could be worse. Last time we were here, we ended up staying in a brothel.
What?
Not like that, man. Staying in a room in a brothel together without sex. I'm making this worse. We could hear everybody else fucking. It was terrible. I didn't sleep. That was my. This is better.
Was it the sailor's suggestion?
No. He's got a wife and child. I told you that.
Well, I know, but sailors.
Not Corzin.
Okay.
We should probably fucking sleep, shouldn't
Yes, let's... I'm exhausted.
I'm so tired.
Let's just try and get some sleep. I'll take the bed tonight, you take it tomorrow.
we? You can have it, it's fine.
No. Let's try and do this properly this time.
Alright.
He nods and starts nestling up under some covers. Good afternoon, Stardust.
Good afternoon, Leah.
She turns so that she's facing away towards the wall, and you see her sort of snuggling down and trying to get to sleep.
I attempt sleep also.
So, the night comes. After taking a good long rest, you all awaken after... Let's just roll for this. Somewhat troubled dreams, which fortunately in no way involved tall, pale entities with hemp at any point. Mostly, there's just a recurring one of those dreams where you well, I mean, each of you has a different one, but there's Scamp. You just have one of those dreams where you're constantly running from something, and when you look behind, there's a giant plucked chicken just sort of bounding down a hallway full of broken mirrors after you.
Oh god.
I think I nearly had that dream, only it was a beagle.
What?
A long time ago.
Corzin, you have a dream of being in like a classic hunt, riding through the countryside after some foxes, but it's your dog that's riding you. And the dog is wearing a cap and has a musket.
Oh, this is all sorts of fucked up.
Celestia, you have a dream of wrapping up spiders in some silk and then eating them.
Oh God, am I distressed? Like
It's weird. You have weird, but dreams, but only kind of disconcerting in the way that dreams normally are when they're nightmares. And all three of you awake with a sort of looking out to find it late and dark outside. Only the dim light of street lamps illuminating through the window.
Still taste fucking spiders. Blah. Blah, blah. Weird dreams. How are you two?
Weird dreams.
Yeah, is it something about staying in actual inns that causes us to have weird dreams?
I think I get them everywhere.
I never have good dreams, but like eating spiders is particularly fucking weird.
I mean, there wasn't even any cheese in that last meal I ate.
For fuck's sake. Honestly. Leah, how are your dreams? Did you eat any spiders?
Any naked chickens?
I think there was
Corzin just sort of looks at them.
there was a dog. Nope, forgotten it.
It's probably good, darling.
There was a dog in mine too, but I don't want to talk about it.
So, maybe we talk to Savant about where you could be for a bit, if you'd be happy with that. I look at Leah.
Is it a bit late in the evening now?
What actual
Does that
time
man
is it?
sleep?
It is, by this point, it's probably around about 10:30 to 11 at
Oh,
night.
it's not too bad.
That's not crazy late.
It's not ridiculous. And also, like, when we met him, he did literally fall asleep at a table in a bar. So,
Yeah.
I don't have him down as a big sleeper in my mental image of him.
I think
Not
he
without
was a bit
copious
more
amounts of
responsible.
very, very expensive alcohol.
Yeah, true. He does seem a little bit more in a responsible headspace, but... God. What does that man even drink? That was so strong. It's disturbing.
Do any of us remember?
Roll an intelligence check.
It was some sort of horrendously strong whiskey, I think.
Oh, I thought it was brandy,
Natural
but-
one.
I wasn't paying attention.
Natural 20.
Okay, Celestia, you are convinced that it was some sort of like super special gut rot that hotel itself made. No, Corzin, you saw the label. It was a classic Dwarven brandy.
Dwarven brandy. Yep.
It wasn't fucking dwarven brandy. It was some ridiculous shit.
Oh, it's the
brewed up.
like 50 gold a bottle
I was
bullshit sort of.
far too drunk for it to have been dwarven brandy.
I don't remember. I was busy breaking and entering, I think.
Sure, you did
Just
very
be glad
well.
it ended up on his bar tab, not yours.
Fucking hell. Right, let's go and find him.
Yeah.
You head out and work your way through the dark streets towards the university. There is a definite tenseness on the walls tonight as you move along, and you can hear as you move by small clumps of people who are mostly keeping towards the safety of the wall of houses, archways, and so on. Occasional mutterings and grumblings.
Hood up, gloves on from me.
Okay.
Hood up on the cloak, but no beard.
All of you spot a handful of short, cloaked figures moving towards you as you pass by the area near Flat Duchess Street. But the moment one of you looks around, they seem to realise they've been made, and the goblin footpads scurry off.
As they do, I call out to them, "Good, smart move."
Of course, and don't get us beaten up by goblins. I can't be bothered.
They're
just trying their luck.
You continue on and make your way towards Savat's office, where, after being let into the university by the porters, you do see that the lights in the office are on, and knocking at the door. There's a bit of a wait, and you hear the sound of creaking and unsteadiness before the short figure, reasonable size for a halfling, of Jean-Paul Savat opens the door and leads you in towards the warm, cosy office with its gently crackling fireplace, and indeed a full... he seems to be drinking some sort of claret tonight. There's already...
What is claret?
It's a sort of dark red wine.
Oh, cool. So uncultured.
And somebody goes, you've made some... looks like you've probably made your decisions. Come in. Can I offer you a glass of claret?
Go on then. Fuck it.
Why not?
Pours you each one. Before he goes...
Alcohol's making me weird at the moment, so maybe not.
He halts on the third one. He's about to pour another, and Leah similarly raises her hand. And, I'm good for now. Fair enough. More for me. Still pours himself another glass and passes the two of the glasses to Celestia and Corzin. Nestles back in a big red armchair, far comically larger than him, of course. Takes a sip of the claret. Obviously, no news on those plans yet. It's literally been a handful of hours.
No, fair enough. Take your time. It's quite the ask, I realise. So, I think we're going to go and rescue the lady first, and then probably destroy the stuff tomorrow.
Fair enough. We'll be looking to escort Lutetia out then. Fair enough. Well, and he, as before, he reminds you of the location of the villa. It's about 3 miles south of the south gate. So now you want to go up through there. This is the easiest route you want to take. There's pretty much a straight road up from the main road that leads there. The villa itself is a walled estate. One of those ones with its own gardens, some grape vines, that sort of thing.
Very fancy.
With a bit of attached land. Yes, I think it's actually might be one of the king's own estates, which he has graciously lent to Lutetia to ensure that she is being kept comfortably in these rough and troubled times, and also under the watch of the guards there.
On that note, is it going to be easier for us to bluff our way in, or just sneak our way in and try and get her out with the guards unaware?
Yeah, how many guards are we talking?
Leave that to your judgment. I am aware that there is a sitting... yes, there is a sitting group of... we believe it's 10 soldiers on staff there.
Roughly half a platoon, then. Okay.
So the house guards will presumably be... They'll be split up amongst whatever patrols they have. And that's 10 total, so some of them will presumably be off duty at any given time.
Or asleep or something, yeah. Is she being kept in a particular part of the house, or does she have free reign?
She has free reign. The idea is that she is just not really allowed... And she is allowed to go on walks and visits and to places and so on, but usually with an escort.
Okay.
Okay.
Are they going to be
she's
guards?
not officially a prisoner, after all.
Are there going to be guards inside the house, or once we get in, are we sort of okay?
I would imagine that there will be some within the house part of the villa itself, as well as on the walls.
Okay.
And is this a please don't kill everyone sort of mission, or...?
Well, I mean, I leave that to your discretion. Obviously, wherever loss of lives can be avoided, that's obviously best. But
Yeah.
when you find yourself on the ground, I assume that you will trust your own judgment.
Yeah.
I suppose, after all, it's worth mentioning that despite their perhaps misplaced allegiances, these men and women are simply doing what they believe is right, or perhaps just working for a paycheck, the same as the people in the National Guard.
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate that the necessities of politics bring us to blows.
Yeah. Right.
So try not to kill people, but
If it happens, it happens.
happens, it happens.
Quite.
Yeah.
We might need a favour.
Go on. What is it you need?
So, my friend Leah here, we might need to have 4 people rather than 5 because flying is hard. And we were wondering if here was safe for her to stay.
Is there a secure location within the university?
Or one that you know of anyway, really.
At this point, the Leah points out, also somewhere that can be, I think, proofed against scrying was one of the things.
Maybe
we wanted.
preferably, but that would be luxurious, you know. Not even proofed against scrying, just not really obviously recognisable would also be fine.
Well, I mean, I suppose there are some houses in the university, student accommodations and such that aren't occupied. Of course, if you're looking for security, if you don't mind very literally throwing your lot in with us, Miss, was it Leah? Leodon. Right, Miss Leodon. You could always stay at the Courts of Justice. As a large government building, they are, of course, proofed against scrying. In the same way that the palace is.
That's fucking
That
genius.
would make sense.
Well, I mean, that just seems like a elementary precaution that you would put when you were making a large building devoted to the running of state.
Let's stay there forever.
There is, I believe, a specific room where people can make and receive sendings from.
Huh.
Which is usually how these things operate.
That's very sensible.
Leah, would you be happy with
Okay.
that?
Well, I mean, it's not a room, you know, as long as I get some running of the place. I mean, not absolutely free running, but it is under guard by the National Guard, and there's certainly a place to move around. There's some libraries. There's the local, there's the Justice Library there, mostly law, but there's other textbooks and so on. I'm sure we could arrange for some things to be brought in. And I suppose, if nothing else, you'd have an opportunity to watch the National Assembly at work if that sort of thing interests you. I'm definitely interested in the books. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But if you want somewhere that's proofed against scrying, that would probably be your best bet. I mean, it's essentially there and the Mirrored Palace are the two most scry-proofed locations in
I think we
town.
should send you to the Mirrored Palace. I think that would be ideal.
Oh, that
Oh
sounds
yes, that would be
perfect.
perfect. Yes.
You go hang out with the Hanales. You always like them so much. No, I think the Courts of Justice might be good on this one. At
Sounds
least it'll be
lovely.
interesting.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it would be nice to stretch my legs a little.
Yeah.
Well, that's all right then. It's a little late, but if you want, I can escort you over there tonight while your companions are taking care of this business.
Well, I mean, it's kind of on our way if we're going out the south gate.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, true.
In which case, one moment. Wanders over to his desk, opens a drawer and quickly scribbles out a note for you, stamps it with something, passes it to you. Here you go. That's just a note to the people at the door saying to let you in on my account.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate
Much
it.
obliged to you, sir.
enjoy your
Oh,
claret.
speaking of letting you in,
Yes.
I have something prepared. And he opens another drawer and produces you some other letters. 6 letters, 2 sets of 3. The first set of 3. Actually, no, it wouldn't be 2. No. Sorry, I just got completely distracted there.
The DM short-circuited.
Short-circuited that.
Right. Should we switch you off and on again?
pieces of-
Okay. Okay.
Gives you 2 sets of 3 pieces of paper. One of the pieces of paper is a Sulian passport
Oh, that's so good.
in your names.
What? Oh, wow.
In your names, in your actual names, with the stamped with the authority of the National Guard. The National Assembly.
Ooh.
The other.
I've never had a passport.
This is very, very exciting. I show Leo with a grin. Just point it in.
She chuckles.
How come everyone else gets a surname?
Oh, you can have one if you want. What's your surname? Tell us.
I don't know.
Well, you
Scamp,
can
I don't
choose
know.
one for
Lovely.
yourself.
How about
If you don't
friend?
know.
Supposed to choose
Says
your
a
own
voice.
names.
How about friend? Says a voice in your ear.
Aww, friend. I like it.
Scamp friend.
Yes,
That is rubbish.
I like it. It's my name. It was given to me. That's how names work.
I suppose we could work on it. Says the voice in your head. Probably dress it up a bit, but it's the name you gave me.
Aww. I like it.
What about Scamp friend? No, that's worse.
Or if it's Sulian, what's the Sulian word for friend? It's
Sort of think back to your old Sulian.
yeah. Ami? No.
I suppose you could go for alternatives. Comrade, Scamp, comrade.
That's still bollocks.
That's-
Why is everybody
rubbish.
pretending that this could possibly sound like a name? Scamp comrade.
I'm assuming that Scamp said this out loud because you can't hear friend. But,
Oh right, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought you were being Leah. I do apologise.
sorry.
I got mixed
yeah,
up.
sorry, they have a similar voice.
Yeah.
At which point Leah says, "Scamp Jeffries."
I'm not being named after my monkey.
Oh, that one's really cute though. I like that.
No, it's friend.
Oh, Scamp Jeffries is amazing. Please name yourself after your fucking
Scamp
horrible little
Jeffrey
monkey
friend,
creature.
Friend Jeffrey. Scamp Jeffrey friend. You could have 3 names. This is Leah.
That's too many.
Scamp Jeffrey friend. That's a perfectly not. No one will look at them weird when they introduce themselves. Hello, I'm Scamp Jeffrey friend. Scamp friend free.
I like friend. I'm having friend.
I'm sure Savat's really glad that he's trusting us with important shit because I mean this is
Savat
gold.
has a pen out and is like, just going to confirm here that you want your surname to be Fred.
Yes.
All right.
Celestia puts her head on the desk.
Celestia head desks.
Celestia head desk.
That's not my fucking name. Celestia Stardust. Nice to meet you little shits.
Writes down Scamp friend. Adds the surname, blots the ink, and passes it to you, Scamp.
Thank you.
That's the worst name in the world.
It's the best name.
Well,
Name you
it's
chose for yourself.
No, it's a name I was given. That's how names work.
I mean, you
Alright.
did literally just say it out of the blue.
Friend
we mi-
said it. Friend gave it to me.
Oh, so friend named you after himself. Wow. Mind you, Corzin named his child after himself, so you know, I don't know what I'm
Actually-
fucking talking about.
Point of order, I didn't.
Yeah, you said it
Molly
was Molly,
named
it's really cute.
I mean, I suppose you don't like friend. This is friend talking. I suppose you could name it after the place you were born.
No, I don't know
Scamp.
where that is.
I mean, I assume it was... Your friends have said mentioned Scarrel's Cove a few times. It could
Yeah,
be
but
Scamp Scarrel.
No. That was a person, Scarrel. I don't want to be Scarrel.
Scamp Cove! Maybe I shouldn't come up with
No.
names.
I like Friend. Friend is good.
Leah's looking bewildered at this one-sided conversation from her
Oh,
perspective.
they have.
Does Leah know about Friend?
Is actually Savat still here? Because that affects
Yeah,
me.
Savat is still here. And...
I just look at her and go, I'll tell you later.
Right, okay.
They are fine, though. You don't need to be worried. Just for the record.
Savat says, do I need to be worried?
No,
or-
everything.
Okay.
Fuck it. Why? How are we ever allowed outside?
The other 3 pieces of paper, he passing to you, are the pass codes that will get you through the R side of the gates.
Right. Okay, good to
Do
know.
you have a way of getting through the gates, through the enemy camps, which are currently holding you? I mean, you got into the
I'm
city
not
the first
sure.
time round.
Ish.
Oh,
How long
right.
do you think it'll take to get through if no one stops you?
About 20 seconds, based on the time it takes to
I
open
mean,
the
we
door.
got
Then
through.
we're good.
We got through last time. I can just talk bullshit to people again. That worked.
I mean, it does help that you have those passports.
Yeah, it should be easier with those. But if they have a problem, I can always do a little, I make a magic-y gesture on them.
Well, that works for me. As does spending some time in the library. Right. Well, that's all right then. In which case, I will make sure to alert my companions at the court that we are hopefully expecting Ms. Aubrey tonight. Don't forget, you'll be delivering her back to us at the Courts of Justice so that we can put her that we can keep her under guard there. Because, as mentioned, it's heavily defended and also a dead spot for scrying.
Lovely. Right, should we get on then?
Yes.
I think we should, yeah.
Yes.
So, speaking of getting on, you do. You head out and make the journey from the university over the Regent, past the Corn Exchange, over the Regent's Bridge, and towards the Courts of Justice. You've never actually been into the Courts of Justice, and you have the opportunity to go in now if you want, or you can just leave them at the gates. But even so, walking around to the front, the courts are arranged very much in the style of sort of temple or cathedral, akin to the cathedral opposite. And you sense that one architect or another definitely had a sense of rivalry going on with the other large edifice, as they are built to similar sizes. The cathedral is just a little bit taller.
The spire's just slightly...
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Love that.
However, it has a very classical sort of frontage with large, solid stone columns and a colonnade. One of those sort of triangular fronts over the colonnade. You would not think I was an architect's son, would you? I cannot remember what those are called.
Paul, if you're listening, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Paul. But nevertheless,
There is someone shouting at their device at the moment.
Yeah,
Oh, definitely, yeah.
yeah. If it was small, it'd be like a portico, but it's not. I don't think. Anyway,
None of us can help you,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like, we're all fucking actors. I don't know why you're looking at us like we should know stuff.
regardless, you walk with Leah and Savat up towards the heavy front doors, which again are built in that sort of oversized cathedral size, with the real doors actually a fair bit smaller and hidden into the large fake doors. There are the courts, the front of the courts and the areas around are patrolled by a large number of members of the National Guard. However, upon seeing Savat, they immediately make way, and there is a short conversation with essentially the guards at the door themselves, where Savat sort of indicates the four of you and says, these are friends of mine who are doing important work for the National Assembly. So you'll be expecting them later tonight with another friend. Please do escort them in as soon as they arrive, and should they wish to enter in future, consider them to have blanket permission on my part. Very good, sir. The lady who's guarding gives you a nod and says, speaking of which, I'll be coming in now, as are all this lady here. So, unless there's anything more I can do for the three of you.
No, I think you're all right.
Keep her safe.
Yes, do keep her safe.
Please.
Yeah, have fun.
I'll
safe.
certainly try.
Hope you find some good books.
Me too. She gives you a smile and a nod.
I nod back.
And she and Savat both slip into the courts of justice. With that in mind, the three of you now find yourselves alone on the steps of the courts of justice, preparing for your next move. Is there anything you wish to do before heading out of the south gate, or indeed any of the southern gates, should you wish to go that way, and off towards Lutetia Aubrey's villa?
Not really for me, bar a little small chat that I want to have with the other two. Anyone else want to actually do anything before that?
No.
Do we want to get the horses up now, or...?
No.
I mean, not like in the city. We should wait until we're outside, because otherwise two random horses will appear. But also, I had a thought. You know those pictures I can do, the really big ones?
Yeah.
Scamp, you said you could hide her, didn't you?
Yes.
If you hide her, I can make it look like she's still there. For about 10 minutes afterwards. Could buy us some time.
Yeah, so like if she was in bed or something, that'd work.
Yeah, I mean, but I can make her move around. She could be making tea or some shit, you know?
Great.
I mean, if we're like walking away, I should probably put her in bed or something, really.
Yeah.
Just for
I'm
simplicity.
Just thinking of the time of day it is, that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is currently approaching midnight.
If we can get in quietly, then yeah. I don't think I can make her hidden for very long. Like maybe a minute.
But that might be enough to get her out.
Yeah.
Like, that's not ridiculous. And then if I
we can
replace
get
her
in-
with a double...
If we can get in quietly, that'll definitely work.
Was it established before that she's human?
I
think it was, yeah.
Let me just double check my notes. Yes, I think it was, and she is indeed human.
All right, I'll do it in character. Well, it seems like Savat mentioned that there's some vineyards attached. It might offer some cover as we're going out that way if we were able to go cross country a little, as it were.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt.
Yeah.
I'm
Although
smaller than the rest of you, but
those are long straight lines with not many chances to get cover or duck and weave. If you're standing at one end, it's just a clear strut down.
Oh, right, is that how they work? I've never actually
was
seen one.
I was actually more thinking about going perpendicular and underneath the rows, but
Vines aren't that high. Does Scamp know this? I don't know. Am I using my knowledge instead of Scamp's?
Roll a nature check, because Scamp didn't grow up in wine country.
I feel like I have no reason to know this.
15?
Okay, Scamp would probably have heard this from conversations with wine traders that people have had.
Because I've spent a lot of time driving through wine countries where the vines are about waist height.
Which is a fine plan for Corzin.
yeah.
Yeah, and you can't duck under them. They are ground to waist height.
I mean, there's a lot of me, darling.
Yeah, and it's not something you can duck under, and it's not something you can hop over. So all it does is pen you in.
For Celestia, it'd be like hurdles.
Yes, it would. It'd be hilarious. Let's do this. This is great.
That was
This is the best plan.
Any attention, we should definitely do it. I'm up for this.
Also,
Fantastic.
they're not that wide. We'd have to have really narrow horses.
Alright.
Sounds
like
like
Lego
such a
horses.
terrible idea.
We'll walk and talk this.
I've imagined we're walking. I don't imagine we've stopped
Yeah.
to have
Yeah.
this level of conversation.
Okay, so you had, you've been having this conversation while you've been heading towards which of the gates would you like to exit via? The closest one, if you were heading directly south, would be Southgate. But I'm just checking for preference.
It's near where we are now as well, isn't it? So it makes
Yeah,
Yes.
I think
Yeah,
that
let's
makes
do that.
sense.
Okay. You head down. Sorry, I realise I've again been hogging the map from you. Oh, you've got one. Cool.
I've got one on my phone, don't worry.
That's right. So you head towards down towards Southgate through the dark streets. Again, there's relatively little activity compared to the throng of people as in the daytime. But every now and again you see an occasional shadow in the side streets. This is a nicer sort of area with quite high buildings and relatively well-off locations.
Does anyone else get a bit funny at the mention of you see a shadow every now and then? It's like, no,
Yeah.
no, it's fine. Those are normal.
What have you done to us, Jason?
Ruined this.
However, making your way to the Southgate, you flash your shiny new passports and passwords to the people, to the members of the National Guard guarding the Southgate, who open the door just a crack to allow you to slip out. Let's roll. How openly are you travelling out of the Southgate itself onto the other side?
What can we see?
Well, once the door opens, you can see that there is a camp loosely arrayed around the gate, and there are figures standing just in front of lanterns, so that they're not getting torch blindness, and vaguely paying attention to the goings on of the gate itself. Bear in mind this, and of course, there is an array of military camp around the road leading south.
We don't need to be too subtle, do we? We've got papers. So
Yeah,
we've still got our military papers.
yeah.
We're not really.
I don't think we should be. Someone's going to spot us if we try and hide. Or go into the camp, so let's just walk until we're out of sight.
Well, we're not doing anything weird. We're technically just going out of the city.
But the city is sieged.
That is very
Nevertheless,
We're on military
But we
business,
have
though.
papers.
Yeah, if we use our military ones, we're on military business.
do you step out of the gate then, quite openly?
Yes, I feel like this is a trap.
Okay. You head out, and
I feel like I'm going to regret
upon
this, but yeah, fuck it.
seeing you step out, a pair of the figures of the soldiers sort of mosey their way over towards you. Alt, what business have you exiting the city?
We've been sent to head over to Kion to see how things are going over there. I show him my military passport.
He scans it over idly. Okay. Waves you past.
As soon as we're out of earshot, I'm like, I didn't even use magic for that.
Keep going.
Just keep walking until we're outside.
Oh yeah, when we're way out of earshot. I say that.
Yeah.
You say about 5 minutes later, after you've gone through the entire through the centre of this elaborate camp.
Oh yeah.
As you do so, by the way, if you are interested, you also get a view of the camp itself. The various soldiers are camped in tents around various campfires, distributed around those perhaps 5,000 people here or thereabouts. Most of them active soldiers. However, scattered around the edges of the camp in slightly better lit sections of tent, almost like little tent villages, are the various camp followers. that attend to the needs of the soldiers, which, yes, does include a number of prostitutes, but also...
Is that a euphemism, or do we generally mean all of the...
But also people who are selling wine, who are selling, who have scavenged various things that they're producing, people who repair things, do odd jobs for them, all of that sort of necessary, not really official staff that follows after an army camp in order to make some profit off and supply the needs of the soldiers. Give me a perception check.
All of us?
Anyone who wants to.
Yep.
Oh, 19!
13.
I got too excited by that.
Cool.
I have a terrible perception.
Scamp, you spot as you're headed, you spot quite sensibly towards the centre of this camp, and I'll make a note of this. You can see, so towards the centre of the camp, which is located more towards the west, towards the Mirror Gate. The camp itself is mostly based around the South Gate, but you can see that they have another detachment. They have a local detachment that's paying attention to the Mirror Gate and can send off riders if need be for support. You can see there is a large marquee which has been set up. And periodically soldiers will travel into or out of it, sometimes just carrying under an arm, sometimes pushing wheelbarrows full of either powder kegs or fresh arms, not rifles,
arms
muskets,
as in weapons.
Muskets, that sort of
Robbie!
thing. And occasionally, yes.
I just had a moment of wait, what?
No. And occasionally, various packets of rations and
severed limbs.
And such. Now you're thinking of the medical tent, which is currently not very busy. The soldiers here that you do see around their tents, by and large, are being reasonably well fed. It seems that the local camp did well in the quotation marks forage from the surrounding territories and is able to keep all of the soldiers here with at least adequately full bellies. And they do seem to have mostly functioning equipment and in good repair. Just giving you a sense of the state of the camp. Morale seems acceptable from the perspective of the enemy side.
Okay.
There's not too much obvious grumbling beyond the usual mutterings you hear of soldiers kind of pissed off about the fact that they are camping out in the middle of winter and have had to push aside a lot of snow to make their camps. Just to check, actually. It did snow briefly earlier in the day while you were asleep. And while it's not really showed up much in the streets because footfalls have caused any snow to immediately turn into a dull grey sludge.
Oh, sad.
Once you leave the city, the plains and gently rolling hillocks that surround it are blanketed with a layer of white snow.
This is going to be really unhelpful, isn't it? A gesture to our tracks that are obviously appearing.
I mean, you're currently on the road, which already has seen enough foot traffic that it's not too obvious. But yes, should you depart from the road, it will become more apparent.
Can you use your abilities to make footprints appear that we didn't make?
As established back,
I can't remember.
As established back in the Meadmere, the Great Forest of Meadmere, you can do it for about 10 feet in any direction. Or you can have friend wander and just sort of slowly make footprint-like prints.
I mean, a bit, darling. We tried that in the forest, but it wasn't that good. We might be better off if we need to cross any really big open spaces. Just flying.
Yeah.
Like later. if we need to make a quick getaway and we don't want them to know where we've gone, that might be the best bit. But let's see how it goes.
Right. Are we far enough away from the camp that we can...
Yes, you reckon you reach a point where you reckon you are suitably out of sight of prying eyes.
Right.
Horses?
Horses.
Yeah.
Okay. So you spend 20 minutes conjuring up 2 horses.
I would like to make camouflage horses, please.
Okay. Roll an intelligence check.
So they'd be like kind
10.
of white and grey right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
they're-
so greys and greens.
they
Sort of
look-
dull greys and greens and browns.
Yeah, they are indeed dull greys and greens and browns with a little bit of white on them. Just enough to dapple the effect against the snow. But not so good that you get a stealth advantage from it.
I thought about making them totally clear, but I thought we're not clear, so we'll just be these weird floating lumps.
Yeah, good thought. Also, wow, that's terrifying.
Literally horrifying. Yeah.
I'm not even sure it would work.
What if you could
I mean,
see their organs?
Oh.
Yeah, ghost horse, not a fan.
Blah. Yeah. Anyway, so,
And on that cheerful note,
so who's riding on what horse? I can attempt riding a horse, but I don't really know how.
Well, you go on the back of the one I'm riding.
Great.
And Scamp, how's that?
Yes, because I'm very experienced riding horses.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
they're
so-
like from your brain, aren't they? So you should be fine.
Yeah, but they like you. They won't drop you.
Why does that sound ominous?
Good. Well, they haven't yet.
Right? Good.
just going to confirm with the casting of the spell that it does not actually require animal handling abilities. No, it does not. It is it basically follows your commands absolutely. So you're fine. You don't need to it feels strange and uncomfortable, Celestia, but is far more responsive and placid than a real horse would be.
That's disturbing.
It's just kind of it's just kind of weird compared to the much less loping gait of a spider.
One of these days we are going to have to teach you how to ride a horse because it's how most of the people get around up here.
I mean, I might be able to a bit. It's just not something I'm that experienced in. I'm not sure how to go.
Well, there's half the legs to worry about for a start.
Yeah, but that makes it harder. They're all bouncy. Spiders are
Just
easy.
got to get the rhythm.
Spiders don't need rhythm.
But you're good at rhythm.
Yeah, but
You're a musician.
it's true. I am good at rhythm. Just not usually with another creature involved.
Never
get
join a
there.
band.
Yeah.
Well, singing with people is different to riding a fucking horse. I think we can all agree on that.
Speaking of which,
Is it?
Yes.
how fast a pace are you setting on these horses?
Not too fast.
Okay,
A trot?
you're
Yeah,
travelling
not
at
like
yeah.
Yeah, a
galloping.
gentle trot.
Okay, well, so you're travelling at the lowest speed rather than the highest speed, which means that within the 40 minutes these horses are up, you can travel 6.5 miles. Since you've already travelled the better part of half a mile south of Southgate anyway, you end up taking 2.5 miles of travel and consequently about 15 minutes or so to make your way at a reasonable trot down the main road and up the side roads that begin snaking their way up past various fields which are largely fallow, what with it being winter and the complete economic collapse of the country, up towards and those that had anything heavily looted by the armies that have come up this way, up towards one of the few actually intact structures around here. A walled off beautiful little white stone villa with a sort of slanted red tile roof, and a 20-foot retaining wall. It would be actually because it's quite high. These guys like their privacy around both the building and a large section of the grounds. You can see approaching it where you were towards the front. This actually brings you past a few smaller country houses that are located in the hills nearby. The road this part of the road will eventually lead up towards a wooden set of stables attached to the outside of the walls, actually, next to the villa's main and possibly only gate that you can see from this side. A stone archway which is secured by a sort of iron grate. Wrought iron door. There we go.
Okay.
You're still some distance away, so give me a perception check if you want to try and make any more details out.
Yep.
11.
And I will say...
19?
Okay.
Look at me looking.
And...
You got dark vision, superior dark vision.
Yeah.
Which helps. Although it is still more than 120 feet away, so it is. So I'm rather than giving you all disadvantage, I'm accounting for the distance.
The check, yeah.
With a 19, Celestia, you spot there is actually a small lit oil lantern by the gate, and there are a couple of figures in Royal Guard navy blue uniforms. Who are standing to attention, one of them slightly slouching to attention, by the gate itself, while you can also see a track through the snow, broadly going around the outside of the villa itself, around the outside walls, curves around the stables, briefly meets up with the main gateway, and then continues on back around the walls again.
Mm-hmm. So that's the patrol, is it?
Yes, you can't currently see the patrollers, but you can see the track they've left.
Okay, cool. I point all of this out to the other two.
Would I be able to tell how many they are by the tracks?
Not at this distance.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So 2 by the gate, definitely a patrol of some sort. There were 10 in total.
Makes sense.
Some of them will be off duty, some of them will be inside.
Okay.
So
Alright, let's see if there's a back entrance to this place, because if there is, and I would be willing to bet that's the other place they'd put guards.
We could always try going over the wall as well, rather than...
Yeah.
Yeah, we could. Either we could fly or we could climb.
Probably safer climbing at this point.
Like round a side we could climb.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go front or back, really. But let's have a look at the back and see what we're working with.
And see if we can spot a patrol and work out how long it takes them to get round.
Yeah, maybe just hang tight for a few minutes.
You can hear the distant sound just from inside of a couple of dogs.
How far away?
I can hear so many pugs right now outside the house that was really weird.
You kind of look and you realise, no, that's not actually from the villa. That's from a nearby house. There's just some. You can just see this. You hear the sound of a couple of dogs inside that have woken up.
Are they pugs?
You cannot tell. You cannot see them.
Oh.
It's definitely not Jason.
I think I can tell by the sound.
Yeah, it's not Jason covering the fact that there are a couple of dogs barking outside of our flat.
Yeah, definitely not.
That's definitely not what it is.
Yeah.
There are at least 2 pugs barking outside of my house. And they have very distinctive barks.
They're so weird, I love them.
I love them so much.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll look around the back and I guess try and sort of hide nearby and watch the patrol.
Okay, so you guys are currently, we'll say you are about 500 feet down the road, as it were. Still on the road, not too far from a set of just local country houses. There's about 3 of them dotted around the fields below the hillock the villa is on. You are currently still riding your horses.
Yeah, my belly of the horses here.
Okay.
Because I don't think they're going to be that stealthy, and I think we might need to be stealthy.
We can't really sneak on horses, can we?
No, I don't. They're lovely, but I don't think they're smart enough to understand stealth.
No.
Stealth hooves.
Not really.
Clop, 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 clop.
So yeah, I guess leave the horses here.
And if we get out nice and stealthy, we'll come back for them. If we don't,
they'll disappear.
vanish.
It's fine.
They'll just poof.
So, how would you like to approach?
Stealthily.
Stealthily.
Stealthily, but I need more specifics than this.
I feel like I want to try and find somewhere to hide nearby-ish, but
Are
not
there
crazy near, like not really within 200 feet.
Are there any trees overlooking the property?
There are none that you can see that are directly near it, but give me a perception check.
Okay. That's a 16.
Okay, 16. The nearest tree that you can see that is tall enough for you to get a look over is about 100 feet from the southern walls. You guys are actually approaching from the west. But it's the only one that you can see that would allow you, if you climbed up high enough, to look down over the walls and into the property itself.
I'm going to attempt to do that.
Okay.
I might. I don't know whether to go with you or to try and hide elsewhere and just watch the patrol.
With that 16, I will say also there are. You do see there are a number of other trees dotted around at different points, including there is one hedge towards the southwest, which is sort of wide and large enough to cover a couple of people.
I might sit in the hedge and try and get an idea of the timing of the patrol.
Yeah, that's about 200 feet away.
Yeah, that sounds sensible.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't trust myself to be good enough at stealth to get into a tree that's 100 feet away.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like we'd send the little person who's strong and good at stealth. Like, that seems fair
Also
to me.
doesn't make a noise when they're moving.
Exactly.
Yeah, that helps.
Like, that seems fair, doesn't it?
And Scamp, what are you doing?
Oh. I cannot climb. I'm moderately stealthy. I'm going to stay put and just watch.
Stay put from where? From the hedge or here with the horses?
The hedge. Let's go for the hedge. But
So you come the hedge with me.
I would like a stealth check from all of you, please.
Yeah. I am
Disadvantage to see
wearing
me
my
again.
less stealthy clothes.
Yeah.
No.
Not stealthy, but you're not.
My more stealthy, not as
Yeah.
flashy clothes.
You're
I
wearing
did
your-
already say that I was wearing them because the Ebengard were in town.
You're wearing your not disadvantage on stealth checks clothes.
Yes.
Yes. Corzin,
Ooh,
don't
two
roll.
the same thing.
Technically, actually.
Dirty 20. Very nice.
It's
Will I be
bad,
rolling with
guys.
advantage or not?
You are far enough away that I'm not necessarily sure that sound would come into play for you. So with that,
Yeah.
sorry, can I ask for those again? Because I didn't hear you over the sound.
Mine's a 7.
So 7 from Celestia.
Dirty 20.
I ruined yours. I'm sorry.
Thank you from Scamp. And Corzin?
Well, if it's without advantage, that's 6. I rolled.
Okay.
Yeah, badly.
Oh.
Well, the good news is, Corzin, is you make your way through the, for you, waist-high snow.
Yeah.
There is none of the associated crunching that would normally accompany you moving through the snow. But you do still leave a very obvious halfling-sized track. But none of that.
Yeah.
The Celestia, Scamp, you nimbly make your way over the snow, managing to sort of hot-foot it to try and leave as little trail as possible.
I mean, it'll look like a passing goat anyway.
Yeah. Whereas
Oh, you have the
people feet.
least inconvenient tracks, actually.
whereas
thought of
Celestia, you actually just fall on, like you are just sort of wading your feet through it. It goes up to it's not quite knee high for you, but it's still enough that that you kind of slip and stumble a few times, leaving a fairly obvious set of tracks leading around the south of the hill towards the thing itself. Okay, one moment. All right, I've taken that into account. So, from your hiding positions, Corzin, you make it up towards the tree. Can you give me an athletics check to try climbing it, please?
Yep. See, now that's better. That's a dirty 20.
Okay, you easily scale your way up towards the top of the tree. From the top of the tree, you're able to get a better view of the villa grounds themselves, as well as within the 20-foot high wall. First of all, you can see that there is actually a back entrance. It is towards the north side. It is a small wooden door, which is barred from the inside.
Okay, is it guarded at all?
Not on the side that you can see. You cannot see the other side, however, because of your perspective.
Fair enough. Okay.
The wall is in the way.
It's not guarded from the outside.
It is not guarded from the inside. You do not know if it is guarded from the outside.
Oh,
because
okay.
you are looking from the south, and it is on the north side.
Cool.
There is wall in the way, and it is an opaque wooden door with a bar on the and it is barred from the inside.
Okay.
So rather than locked. You can see the villa itself is a 3-story. Well, it's actually it's technically sort of like a 2-story affair, but it's quite a high first floor, that sort of thing. With obviously, there's not really any windows pointing towards where the nearby walls are. There is actually a small gap between the walls and the house structure of the house itself. The windows are mostly facing south and east, where they open up towards the lovely garden on the inside. There are indeed vine, and indeed surrounding. There are indeed a lovely selection of vine racks. The vines themselves are not currently fruiting because it is winter, but the garden has been swept, and there are a number of bushes and various interesting herbs growing in the garden as well. The villa, there are also windows, as far as you can tell, it's kind of hard to tell from this direction, on all sides on the top floor, which looks out over the wall. It's higher than the wall itself. You can see there is a light on in one of the ground floor rooms. Give me a perception check.
Okay.
Corzin only, I'm going to say.
He's the one in the tree, isn't it? We can't see any of this.
We see a lovely hedge.
17.
Okay. You can just make out there are. So you can make out another couple of things. By the front door of the villa itself, you cannot see if there are any side doors. There are no guards. However, you can see a couple of 4 figures in the one lit room sitting around a table. And it looks like they're drinking or possibly playing cards.
All right.
There's definitely bottles next to them, and they seem to be engaged in some sort of conversation.
Right.
There are no lights on anywhere else in the house.
All right.
It is past. It is worth mentioning that it is about midnight.
Yeah.
So everybody else could plausibly be asleep, yeah.
Plausibly, yeah.
You also can just make out the pair of the pair of guards that are following the patrol track and now coming around the southeastern corner of the villa, turning around and getting in within sight of that of the sort of hill decline heading towards the south.
Right, so 2 at the front, 2 patrolling, 4 playing cards.
Mm-hmm.
So there's got to be 2 more somewhere else because he said 10.
Yeah.
So maybe 2 more
Possibly
inside the
sleeping.
back door or outside the back door. That would make sense.
Yeah.
That'd be all of them. If it was me, I'd put 2 at the back door.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So, however, as those guards do come round, there's a brief moment where one of they're making their way around, and one of them sort of holds up his hands, and you can cause them with your passive perception. You can just faintly hear, "One moment, David, pass me the lantern." And he takes an unlit lantern, which is the sort of hooded type with a little lens at the front, and you see here a match being struck.
How far away are they?
So they are 100 feet north of Corzin and 200 feet north of you and Celestia.
Okay.
Right.
As the light comes into being, a cone of light about 60 feet strong appears. And I will resort to the exact because this is actually important. I will just check the equipment section of the player's handbook for exactly how this cone goes, because I cannot remember off the top of my head if it is 60 feet of strong light and 60 feet of dim light, or 30 feet of strong light and 30 feet of dim light, which in this situation actually makes an important difference.
I think it's 30-30, but don't quote me.
Yeah.
I can't remember, I'll be honest.
It's alright. Bullseye lantern, it is 60-60. Bright light in a
okay.
60-foot cone, and dim light for an additional 60 feet, which means...
Are there any... Okay, sorry, finish your sentence.
It's alright. Which means that they, as they turn it south, the tree now comes in within the dim light radius of the lantern. So, which means that
Are they coming towards the hedge? Is that what they're doing?
they are now peering. The pair of them are they're still on the patrol route, but they're now peering towards the tree and in the same broad direction, the hedge. The hedge is not directly behind the tree, but it's still to the south. The cone of light that their lantern produces is enough to illuminate the tree, but not the hedges. So, assisting, so they do this as a straight check. And it's 2 humans, I'll mention.
Right.
They peer. And you just faintly hear, David, do you see something? Hold up. Get your musket. Here, the one holding the rifle reaches for his saber, for a saber. And the one holding the lantern reaches for a saber and draws it.
Where is it going towards?
The other one draws the musket. They're pointing the lantern at the tree now, and the pair of them are slowly advancing forwards.
Is there a house that I could plausibly be walking to that is not the villa?
Yes. If you were walking towards the house, one of the country houses near where you left the horses.
Would it be away from them?
Yeah, they're about 200 feet
And
away.
they're not going to see us if we move.
Yeah, I'm thinking
can
it's
I-
probably stupid to do anything, isn't it? I was thinking about distracting them.
Probably at this point.
Just thinking, Celestia, we've
Yeah?
got papers. Could we try bluffing our way in here? We're technically military intelligence.
I mean, maybe.
It
Need to
might
get
stop
Corzin,
Corzin
though.
getting shot. If we
Yeah,
say
true.
there's a mole,
How
Will
quickly
they-
can I anoint my my blades with the drow poison?
Oh, very quietly. It doesn't make any sound to do that.
I mean, are they
Okay.
going to call all the other guards if we tell them there's a mole?
well, if we go and talk to them, we might be able to get in without them shooting everyone.
You see
Then
it.
we'd be in without Corzin, and Corzin would still be stuck in the tree.
While
Well, they're
you've-
about to shoot him.
while
Fuck
you've
it,
been
let's go.
discussing this,
I'm going to get out the bush.
okay,
But not like
very loudly, or just sort of step up out of it.
quietly, and then like
Stride confidently.
stride confidently up to them.
Towards there. Okay, you are still outside the light cone, so as you're striding confidently, first of all, roll me a deception check and remember what it is, because at this point you hear them call out, the one holding the lantern, "Halt! Who is fucking about there?"
Who is that at?
That it is towards Corzin and the tree.
I do nothing.
Uh,
I make no noise and pretend that I don't exist.
like Harry in his bedroom. There are two of them, yeah?
There are.
I'm going to cast Charm Person at level 2.
Okay.
When we get near enough.
Okay, you are going to need to hustle then, because you are, like, you know...
I don't know what to do.
That's all right. Assuming that... Well, okay, let's assume... just question is, are you dashing towards them, or are you moving slowly and confidently? Because this round... affects how many rounds you have.
Yeah, I think dash until we're near the light and then slow.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to see.
So assume that you're dashing until you get within up towards the light
What's her
radius.
fucking name again? Give me a minute. Sorry.
Yeah, how is it pronounced? I've written it down. But...
Letitia something. Letitia Aubrey. Cool. Lovely.
Yeah. So you are going to... so you can get within... let's call it 1 round, 2 round. At which point it becomes 3. It'll take you... based on what you've described, it'll take you 4 rounds to get close enough to charm person them. Mm-hmm. The first round has already passed, in which I assume you're just sort of hustling up forwards through the snow, which is not quite heavy enough to count as difficult terrain for you, but it would be for Corzin because of height. This is an important thing to note.
I'm very nimble on my little hoofses.
Round 2, they go, "Look, I can plainly see you there. Stop fucking around. My friend here has a gun. I have a gun. Just climb down and climb down. Don't make any sudden movements, and let's sort this out, okay?"
Okay, is it plain that they are talking at Corzin?
Yeah, he is shining the light directly at you.
Where else would he be talking?
He is gesturing up towards the tree.
Yeah.
Corzin,
right,
you can see Celestia outside of the cone of light now, desperately huffing it towards these people.
Okay, what type of tree is this that I have climbed?
You are in a sycamore tree.
Oh.
Okay.
Could hold on to one of the little helicopters and float down.
You are
Yeah.
He's not that small.
He's definitely that small.
He is.
No time of year for those.
Oh, it's definitely the wrong time.
It is.
Which is not helping your hiding either.
All right.
Sadly, no. This is I did roll to see whether it was, and it is not an apple tree.
Okay. Curses.
Because then
Right.
at least you'd have the scrumping excuse, but...
I very slowly start climbing down, going, "I'm terribly sorry, gents. I shouldn't have climbed this tree. I've got a terrible, terrible fear of heights."
Okay, so they're now making their way through the snow towards Corzin, which means that on the next round, just going to roll a basic awareness check for them. They actually don't notice you, Celestia, in the dim light until you get just within the stronger part of the cone.
I'm deliberately going to be climbing down as slowly as I can.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely don't notice Scamp.
No.
But just at the moment that you get clearly enough in the light to notice, which is the moment where you get within 60 feet, they pick their heads up and they go, "Hold up, who the fuck are you?"
Hello, sorry we're a bit late. Snow's really hard to travel through, it turns out. We've got a message for Letitia Aubrey.
It's urgent.
Very urgent. I cast Charm Person on both of them.
Okay, 2 wisdom saves. There's a brief sort of unfocusing of their eyes. "Oh, at this hour? Wait, who are you?"
Drusilla Lathlas, darling. Military papers.
One moment, let's get over here. And they sort of trudge over and peer at it. The one with the gun does sort of still focus on you, Corzin. He's kind of keeping it trained loose broadly on you.
I say to him, does he look charmed?
They both seem to be responding favourably to your appearance.
But don't worry about that, it's just some drunk.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Do I hear this?
You do, yeah.
That would be
I'm going to start staggering then.
30 on my
30.
fucking persuasion check, little shit.
You're like,
I mean-
despite the obvious dereliction of duty that this represents, you are so convincing at this moment, and their minds are so addled by charm magic. They go that the one with the gun sort of raises it and goes, "All right, fuck off, you drunk.
Yeah, fuck off.
Right you are, sir. That's
So let's catch you again."
You won't. And he starts tottering off back towards the road.
We're sorry to come at you rather stealthily, but we've had information that there might be a danger here for a person of interest, so
Why they're agents?
secrecy is important, which is why we're trusting you.
I see.
You look like competent guards.
oh,
Obviously, from
thank you
spotting things
very
in the
much.
tree that were hidden that well.
It's all right. He stood out like a sore thumb. Come on,
Look,
let's...
we really want to disturb as few people as possible because we're not sure who's betrayed us here.
We were worried we'd be too late.
Yeah, if anything, we just want to get in and talk to Letitia.
Well,
Give her an idea something's going on.
I suppose we can wake up. If it's urgent, we can wake her up. Come with us.
But
Come with us.
keeping this as quiet as possible is vital that no one else finds out.
Yes, very important.
Oh.
Or as few as people as possible.
Okay, we can work with that. We know.
We have urgent missives.
It's fine.
missives.
It's only Jarrett and Joshua on the front gate.
Oh,
We'll
well,
go with them.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yes. The parents start hustling you off towards the front gate.
I'm going to have wandered back to the road, and I'm going to be keeping an eye as best I can from a distance.
Okay, so you wander back towards the road near the horses.
Yeah.
Give me a perception check.
Perception.
Since you are keeping an eye out. So I can keep-
Okay, that's 12.
Okay. There's one thing you do notice, and it's just you don't actually see them at first, but you do hear the sounds of whickering. That's just that sort of gentle.
Okay.
Of the sounds of multiple horses coming from somewhere behind one of the country houses.
Makes sense. They could have horses. It's
So-
not our horses.
No, your
Presumably.
horses are terrifyingly quiet.
Okay.
Are these moving horses or stationary horses? Not that I'm there, sorry.
You don't hear that. You hear the occasional sort of foot clop of just horses moving around, possibly in a stable or something. You're not really sure.
All right.
Sounds like more than a couple of horses there. Like just from the little sounds, like you may say maybe like more than a half a dozen.
Do I get even a vague idea of direction relative?
Oh
to
yeah,
where I
yeah.
am
You can
now?
tell which of the houses it is. It's a house that's about 80 feet away from where you're keeping the horses.
All right, I'm going to keep an eye on that house.
Okay, I'll come back to you then. So,
I hate that we split the party, but I couldn't think of anything else to
the
do.
pair of you
I couldn't think of any other way of getting away with
are
that.
marched up towards.
It worked. Yeah.
The pair of you are marched up towards Jarrett and Joshua. I assume I haven't already forgotten their names. And who are the pair at the front? What? Who are these? Joshua. And one of them the one with the lantern gestures Joshua closer, who has a big bushy moustache.
Good for Joshua.
They are messengers from he pauses if he can't quite remember the palace, I think.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, and they have a message directly for Letitia. What? These are fucking palace. All right, open the gate. Jarrett goes. Wish I didn't have to hold the keys. Always it's open the gate, open the gate.
Jared's my favourite.
Unlocks the gate with obvious an obvious lack of gusto. Tomorrow you can hold the fucking keys.
He's the best guard. I love him.
And pushes the iron gate open with an audible sort of creak.
We're going to be in and out fast. I wouldn't bother shutting it.
Yeah, we'll be out in 5 minutes. Just delivering a message and then leaving.
Insight check. Looks a bit all odd at that, but seems reassured by the
See if
presence
you're
of the
getting
others.
your keys out again. Looks like hard work.
He looks. Jara is wondering whether or not that was a deliberate
I say
insult.
it with complete sincerity.
But you know, given what would be effectively your passive persuasion, he kind of like, oh, I understand. And you head past towards
Such a dick.
He gets another set of keys and opens the front door as well into the house.
Can I start counting from the moment we step through the front gates and see how long it takes to get to her room?
Yes. I will tell you when you get to the room. It takes about... It's not far. It's about 10 feet from the front gate to the front door. And then I'll tell you how many feet it is when you go up, because as you enter, there's a dark stairwell which leads up towards the third floor and the other rooms in the house. You do hear a voice call from the kitchen, the door of which has been left open so that they can see the front door. There are 4 guards busy having indeed a drink and a game of cards. What? Who is it? Hey, it's Jarrett, says Jarrett as he opens the door. There's some messengers for the lady upstairs. What? Okay, fine. Bullshit, you have 3 aces. Bullshit! And you step past them. Just do a quick group insight check. One of them, however, calls up, puts up a hand. A blonde-haired female halfling. Hold up. Messages from the palace, you say? We had a message from the palace earlier today.
I say to her, hang on, let me check 1 second. I'm pretty sure charm person isn't concentration.
It's not.
No, it isn't. Fantastic. I look at her and I say, yes, it's an extremely urgent message. That's why we're here at such a late hour. You better let us deliver it. And I cast suggestion. Yeah.
She kind of blinks. I suppose if it's urgent. Also, no, I've been counting. That's definitely should have all 3 aces. Wait, you've been counting the cards? And you step past them up the stairs to the top floor, where there is one more. There's another guard on the second floor, just quietly having a pipe and keeping an eye on the doors themselves. But seeing you being escorted up by the two guards from the gate, gives you a nod. What's the message from Lutisha? Oh, okay. And you head your way up to the last one, to the last floor, where there is a single guard by the door to a room. A somewhat pinch-faced, dark-haired human woman who peers at you suspiciously. What's all this then?
We got a message for Letitia.
At this hour? You want me to wake her up at this hour?
Yes,
She's going to be a complete
bloody
bitch.
urgent.
Okay, well, you can be on your fucking head then.
Fine.
She opens the door. Madame Aubery. Madame Aubery. Wake up, you stupid...
Perfect.
Under her breath, wake up, you stupid bitch. Madame Aubery. What? What is it?
We can go and talk to her if you want.
You see blearily kind of sitting up in a bed inside, moving over to a match to light a bedside lantern. There is a human with you can tell slightly dishevelled from sleep, mid-length, brown hair, brown eyes, somewhat darker skin, more typical of the southern edges of the continent, wearing a fine blue cotton nightdress. Steps up. By the way, Scamp, allowing for the steps you've taken up the steps themselves, it is a total of 50 feet from from the doorway to her bedroom to the gate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So easily done in less than a minute.
Yes.
If we're walking non-stop.
Yes.
That's really good, actually.
Assuming
Good to know.
Assuming the doors are open.
Yes.
Yes. So you see that Letitia kind of peers up. Hello, who the fuck are you?
We need to talk to you in private. We've got a message.
It's sensitive.
Can we roll an insight check? Just... Yes, let them in. Honestly.
Shut the door behind us.
So the lady from the lady on the outside, however, moves to step into the room. Letitia goes, no, you don't have to. Stand outside. You don't need to be in here with us. I am supposed to be on guard duty. Oh, really? Yeah, okay. Do you want to get me a drink then? Since you went and woke me up at this fucking hour of the night? I am a guard. I am not a servant. Well, I'm sorry. I thought guards were supposed to make sure that I slept soundly instead of fucking waking me up. Go and get me a motherfucking drink. Fucking bitch. Okay, fine. Slams the door behind her. Letitia looks to the pair of you.
All right, we really don't have much time. We are escort.
Right. She reaches for the bedside table, pulls it open, and starts and produces a bag filled. And you can see there are several ledgers just crammed.
Do you need anything
inside
else?
Of it. Something. It's freezing outside. Just give me a moment to clothe. I need to change. You see her beginning to hurriedly start changing into clothes.
Politely turn round.
You need to do this before your guard gets back.
Yes, hurry.
Okay.
So, what is
Maybe
it?
just a coat.
What is it you can do, Scamp?
She stops.
I can make you unseen for a minute.
Right.
Oh, you're a mage.
Yes, two of them. We've got another one outside who's slightly less magic, but still useful.
She's
I'm
pulling
going
on some
to
boots
start.
and a coat, and that's it.
I'm going to start painting a form of her while this is happening in my hand, like doing a major image sort of thing.
Okay, you start...
Because I assume that'll take me,
6 seconds.
6 seconds.
As you start quickly weaving
Make her asleep in bed.
an image of her...
I can't make her asleep in bed just yet. I've got to have her say something rude and then go, I'm going to fucking bed. Otherwise it's not plausible that she's just asleep
Or just
immediately.
lying in bed and say it and roll over. We don't want them to interact physically.
That'll do, right.
By the region that is
I blow it
unnerving, she says, looking at the facsimile of her sitting in bed in her nightdress.
Right, keep your hand
I know,
on
but it
my
will
shoulder.
get you out.
Okay.
So I know where you are in case I need to recast quickly.
She puts the satchel over her shoulder and places one. Now just got gloves, boots, no trousers, nightdress, and a coat, and puts her hand on your shoulder.
Right, keep as close as you can because people aren't going to hold doors for you.
Okay.
Okay, let's see if this works. We ready?
Yes. I am going to make the major image of her go, fuck off, you woke me up for that. I'm going back to sleep, you little shits. And then she rolls over and goes back to sleep.
Okay, so so are you waiting or?
No,
I'm gonna.
As soon as
that's ready,
I'm
it's
gonna
like, and I'm gonna kind of, I guess
Okay.
you.
I cast Greater Invisibility on.
Okay, so you touch your hand to hers, and just this sort of strange absence passes out from the point you touch, like ink, like when you drop a droplet of ink into water and it spreads outwards. It's that, but instead of colour, it's just the absence of anything that spreads from her arm all the way across her body until she's... there's a moment where you can see almost a sort of outline of her as she moves. It's slightly delayed with the rest of everything around her, and then it just matches perfectly. And
I'm going to say
gone.
when she has disappeared is when I make the doppelganger
Okay.
shout. And just actually slightly before that, I'm going to say to her, you might want to hold on to one of us so that we know where you are.
Hand on my shoulder.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Let's go.
you
So
hear the
So
sound.
the
quiet.
doppelganger goes, fuck off, and you woke me up for that, and then it rolls over and goes back to
Fuck
sleep.
off! You won't leave up for that! Get the fuck out of my villa, I'm going back to sleep.
Yeah. And then I open the door and go, well, okay, don't say I didn't warn you, and slam it behind me.
Okay,
Once we're out.
Once we're out,
quickly
obviously.
usher
Yeah.
out. Going to give her advantage.
I'm going to spend some sorcery points to get my 4th level spell back. So if I need to recast, I can.
Okay. The two guards outside. You can see coming up the stairs now is the guard carrying the glass of wine. It's like,
Gosh, she's a
You
bitch.
weren't wrong
isn't
about
she?
her.
yeah, such a bitch.
I do not envy you, my
Move
friend.
over. I need to give her
Oh,
wine.
by
or
the
she'll
way,
be-
she said hold the wine. She doesn't want it anymore.
What?
Fuck knows.
I'm going to be hurrying down the stairs while they have this
Oh,
conversation.
Yeah,
bitch.
I'm just carrying on.
That's it. I'm drinking the wine myself.
Good for you. You enjoy
Yeah,
it. I'm going
the
to fuck
two-
off because she is a fucking ungrateful
The
bitch.
two guards who escorted you up begin escorting you down at a reasonable pace, although Scamp, you are kind of hurrying down a little bit faster. While
Let me know when we get to 50 seconds if you would as well.
even at a reasonable pace, it is within 30 seconds. It takes you 30 seconds just marching at the same pace as the guards just to get back out of the front gate again. Jarrett looks up. Oh, you weren't kidding. That didn't take long.
No, it really didn't. I mean, we gave her the message. I don't know if she's going to pay any attention, but thank you for your help anyway.
Have a lovely evening. Goodbye.
Thank
We'll
you.
be on our way now. Bye.
Okay.
Hyperventilating slightly.
You begin hurriedly walking. Are you going down the road?
Yeah, let's just walk down the road.
Okay.
To quote Marisha, power walking like an old lady at the
Okay.
mall.
I'll walk down the road.
It's 9 a.m. and the doors are open.
So, rolling backwards a few moments, Corzin, you said you've been keeping an eye on that house.
Yes.
As such, you see, you hear the sounds of. You're keeping an eye on the house. You're also keeping an eye up ahead, and you see the sound. You see the gate opening, the others being let in, and about less than a minute, about a minute later, all in all, you see the figures re-emerge from the gate. 2 figures. As you do this, as this happens, however, you hear the sound of movement coming from the country house about 80 feet away. And suddenly the back door creaks open, and moving quickly but somewhat, but with an impression of trying to remain quiet, you see soldiers begin running around out of the back and towards the far side of the house, the side you couldn't see where you heard the sound of horses.
All right. Can I see the others coming out of the house? Oh no, they haven't.
You can see them. This happens as the others are coming out of the front.
All right. I'm going to try and lead the horses to them. So we have the minimum amount of space to go.
Okay. How quickly do you want to lead the horses to them, given that you're about 400 feet away?
So at this point, I think it's it's beyond the point of being subtle about it. I'm just going to take the horses by the bridle and start trudging my way towards them as fast as I can.
Okay, so you're leading them on foot.
Yeah.
Okay, you see Corzin, as you're making your way down, begin moving hurriedly towards you. About 30 seconds down from the way in, so that's 30 times 5, 150 feet from the entryway. By which point Corzin, who is presumably going the opposite way, has shortened the distance by about 120. By like 120 feet, we'll say. Means that distance goes down to 280, minus 150 from that. Maths with Jason. You're about 130 feet away from each other when Letitia blinks back into existence.
Well, if I know it's going to run out, I will recast.
Okay,
I have another 4th now.
Okay, in which case you are able to
Because sorcery points.
just-
And I will also start moving some other sorcery point
Okay.
stuff around as we move.
You strengthen and renew the illusion on her to keep her invisible as you make your way towards the horses. However, I will say that by this point you can see now, in the distance from one of those country houses, a group of people running towards a set of stables that weren't really visible from the front behind, where there are 14 horses tethered up, and these figures wearing the coats of royal guardsmen begin quickly mounting up onto their horses.
I do not like this at all.
Have we seen this now?
You have
can
now
we see
seen this
it?
because you are facing the way that you can see them now.
Okay, this is very bad. We've got to get out of here.
Where's Corzin?
Okay, you see Corzin coming up, and you quickly meet the drunkard halfling with your horses.
Did riding just become not an option?
No, we've got to get on
We've
now.
got 2 each.
There's guards off in the other house over there.
Yeah. Corzin, by the way, we've got her. She's just.
You hear a voice go, "Wait, what? Shit! Get me onto these! Get me onto this!" And
Yeah,
you,
I give her a leg up.
you try to give an invisible force a leg up. And a
I
strange
know where she is. I will help her. She's
No,
got
I
her hand
just
on my
form
shoulder.
a stirrup with my hands.
You leg her
and
up
say,
on collectively leg her up onto the horse
Yeah.
behind Celestia. Well, the pair of you get up, and at this point you can see the group of 14 horses has now almost finished saddling up. All right,
Right.
Run.
where do you
I
guys
think
want to
run.
ride
How do
to?
you feel?
Yeah, let's run.
but-
Cross country.
Okay,
Yeah.
cross
Because
country
these are
towards
little
where?
ponies that move fast-ish. What direction? Which was the gate we were going to go through? Steel Gate.
Yeah, I don't think back through the same gate.
No,
Okay,
I
so you're
think
gonna
we
try
want to
and
head
get
for
to
the
the
river,
river.
because if we can put the river between us and them...
Yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be great.
Okay. So getting towards the river southeast of the Steel Gate, you will hit. You do actually have just enough time left on the horses to get to the river before they evaporate.
Great.
Okay.
Let's do that.
All right.
However, it's now a chase as you get on your horses and just begin speeding cross country. Behind you, the 14 or so horses also start breaking loose in 2s and 3s just as soon as they're able, realizing that they've been made, and you've been made. They break into a chase. So,
How far away are they right now?
they are. I'm going to say you guys had a head start, so they are 120. They're 100 feet behind. We'll say your peloton. The peloton is about 100 feet behind.
How many and what area they occupy?
I'm just going to roll a d20.
Oh, yeah, how many?
Okay, so there's 14 in total, but there's 2 at the sort of isolated in the front, about 6 of them more towards the centre, and then 2 and 4 spread in groups further apart. Each of these, we'll say, is about 20 feet apart from the rest.
How many in a 40-foot cube?
Okay, so if you want to get a 40-foot cube, you could probably get either the front 10 or the back 12.
Okay, I can only do 6, so...
Okay, I've got something I can possibly do for the others.
You could get.
I also have something.
Okay, you can get the entire middle 6 or the back 6 if you can only do 6 of them.
I will see what Celestia does first and see how they react to that.
Okay.
Are there so the ones at the front, I'm assuming, look a bit leadery.
Yeah, there's 2 of them, and you can see there's a pair of the 2 at the front are actually a pair of orcs who are riding them.
Oh, and they can see.
Because you are riding at a distance and looking backwards, give me a history check with disadvantage, because it's not really foremost on your mind.
Fair enough. Okay, that's a 6.
No, you don't glean any additional information about these soldiers then.
Fine.
I need them to be within 90 feet for the thing that I want to do.
I mean, if you want to lose time, like deliberately, if you want to try and avoid just outpacing them as quickly as you can, you can. If you want to let your lead slip a little bit.
I mean, it'd only be by 10 feet.
Okay.
But up to I'm not the one driving the horse.
You are the one riding the horse.
I'm not the one driving the horse. It would be Corzin. I'm on Corzin's horse.
You're on Corzin's horse, and
I'm guessing Scamp and
Scamp is on.
Duchess.
Okay, sorry, I had that the other way around. Okay, so you're on Corzin's. Scamp is with Letitia. In which case, Corzin, give me an animal handling check, because while these animals are kind of pseudo-ethereal, weirdly perfectly responding to your will, they are still built like horses.
I say to Corzin, if you can give me 10 feet closer to them, that'd be great.
Okay. That's going to be 14.
Okay, you skillfully give just 10 feet closer towards the first two.
I am going to cast Confusion.
Okay.
To any of them I can get within 10 feet of those two leaders.
I
assume it's just the two, but that's fine.
Yeah.
I think it's worth it for the leaders,
Okay.
so I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
I need a player's handbook for that, though, or
Yes,
you do,
I
either
will,
way.
I know.
It's a mad
I know
spell.
what it does.
Yeah,
it's a monster.
yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, so they need to roll some wisdom saves.
So I like to imagine
They fail.
that the purple spirit and the rainbow spirit go up to them like a sort of mist and just like revolve around their heads to anyone who can see spirits, and they're like looking at them like, whoa, what's going on?
You see these two spirits flicker out and begin flickering around their heads, and they both of them briefly sort of fix in on their skulls before flicking back towards Celestia.
It's creatures, isn't it? Not intelligent creatures, so it will affect the horses too.
Yeah, true, actually.
Roll a check for the horses. Weirdly, one of the horses made it.
There's just one
Well
horse,
done, that
that's
horse.
fine.
Well done, that horse. Okay, which means on the next round, I'll roll me 3d10s, please.
Amazing.
Celestia, I just want to see
Fucking
what
love
these
this spell, I'm so
what these
excited that I
entities do.
have
The
it.
first one affects the horse.
Sorry, I'm just finding d10s. Okay, so I have a 1 for my first one.
Okay, roll a d8 for me, please.
This is such an exciting spell, I love it.
1 is forward.
5.
Okay, the horse immediately turns in a circle and starts careening off almost in the opposite direction.
So that's the first one.
Yeah.
6 was the second one on the d10.
Okay, its rider just sort of hugs the horse's neck, gibbering and madly to himself.
And the next one's an 8.
And oh fuck me. And the one on and the third one draws draws her saber and attempts to stab her own horse.
Lovely. Poor horse.
She misses, but the horse
good.
does not react well to this.
Naturally.
It immediately bucks her and starts riding off in a different direction.
Great.
Brilliant.
So that's the
Excellent.
first two out of the race. At this point.
Can I pull out one of my very sticky sweets, which is effectively molasses, and cast slow?
Perfect.
And just sort of flick it backwards.
Okay, I'll
And
roll.
I would like to slow 6 of the horses
Oh, the
in a
horses,
40-foot
cool.
squares. So
Yeah.
they will get much slower and less dexterous, so I want to try and cause a pile-up.
Oh, okay.
So horses that will get in the way of other horses if they suddenly
What
slow
is your
down.
your save DC is 16 right now?
It is, yes.
That's pretty decent.
Let me know if any look like they're gonna save as well.
2 of them look like they're going to save, I think. I'm just going to check those stats for
It's
just
wisdom
checking.
save.
Yeah, I don't think horses have a malice to this. It is worth just
How
checking.
wise is a horse? Proverb of the day.
Aww.
Oh. Is this under riding horse or horse riding? No, riding horse. Okay. Well, that's worth question. 4 of them immediately begin to start slowing at half their pace.
I will bend fate and try and sort of get one of the other ones to
Okay,
fail
go
as
for it.
well. So that's a -3.
Okay. 5 of them. You see one's about to break through, but you just sort of will it. and it suddenly seems to catch and moves slower. So one of them is still racing ahead. 5 are now acting as what is essentially just, for want of a better word, just obstacles, which means that the 6 behind. Okay, I'll just do this as a set of checks. Okay. Of which 4 of those careen. 4 of them careen into the 5. Well, there's some injury on the part of the horses. None are actually killed.
Horses do not do well in this podcast.
Yeah, no.
They have a tendency to explode.
Yeah, sorry to any horse lovers. You must be really sad.
I really like horses.
Leaving 3 horses and their riders still in the chase.
They didn't do well in warfare generally, I think you'll find.
I met a lovely horse yesterday.
Oh.
Given the circumstances, the riders behind the 3 riders who are still there are going to they're going to respond because sod it. Under the circumstances, let's roll an initiative for this because I let you guys get a surprise round in, basically.
Okay, cool.
Oh dear.
Oh no. 8
Dirty
from
20.
me.
9!
Hey. Well, at least Corzin's on the ball.
And he has a plan.
Excellent. I look forward to it.
And let's see how the riders do. Quite well, is the answer. But not as well as Corzin. Corzin, give me... what do you wish to do?
Alright, so these
guys are... one of them is 100 feet behind. Another of them is 120 feet behind.
Alright. That's not too bad. What I'm going to do then is I'm going to take out one of my bombs, light it, throw it behind me, and attempt to have it time it so that it explodes. Not close enough that it's going to just blow them to bits, but it'll cause the horses to rear and break, essentially.
Give me... Oh, this is timing, so give me the wisdom check.
Okay, wisdom.
Oh, it's a good thing this is you, isn't it? You imagine either of us.
What do you mean? We're ever so wise.
So wise.
Dirty 20!
Yes!
Hey!
Okay.
Perfect.
You light the bomb, you throw it back, and you just manage to get it in just a way that it explodes just ahead of the lead horse. Not quite close enough to hit it, but enough to spook the horse. So we'll do an animal handling check for its rider.
Well, I was figuring...
The horse rears back, throws its rider, who slams to the ground.
Nice.
Does not break his neck. Does break an ankle,
Good.
though.
Okay.
You hear the sounds of screaming coming from actually a few places as you leave them in the distance. And the... Okay. At which point the 2 behind... No, you can only really... Because of the way they're spread out, you can only really affect one or the other. There was one rearing 20 feet ahead of the other 2.
Okay.
So there's not really a way to get all of them.
Fair enough. I figured being military horses, they're probably a little bit more...
Yeah, just because of the blast
fire
the blast radius being what it is of the bomb. The ones behind are a bit startled, but their riders are able to keep them in check.
Alright, I'm just going to try and get as much speed out of the horse that I'm on as I can.
With that in mind, actually, give me an animal handling check, and I'll oppose it against theirs. See whether they can gain any speed.
16.
Okay, you actually managed to put some distance on them. You're now 150 feet away from the remaining 2 riders, who act next, which means that they are not able to get close enough to be in short range for the carbines. But they are still going to attack with them. So they lift their carbines, 2 attacks. So this is actually an attack versus your phantom horses. So let me just...
Would they have the same hit points as
I believe they have the same...
I think they just vanish if they take damage.
Let's find out. So phantom horse,
boy.
phantom horse.
That'll be fun.
Because under the circumstances, why wouldn't you? Phantom Steed. If the steed takes any damage,
spell ends.
okay.
Yeah.
So the which means that this is actually close enough. I need to check the horse or horse stats.
And I don't have a reaction back yet, do I?
No, it's not been your turn. You get this back on your turn. Horse. Come to me, horse. Okay, horses have an armor class of 10. Yeah, no. Even with disadvantage, that first one hits Corzin and Celestia's horse.
Oh.
Bugger.
The horse shatters into chalk dust, and the pair of you tumble to the ground.
Just sent flying, yeah.
Yeah, both of you give me a dexterity save.
Dex save.
Ooh, that's quite good.
16.
That is a 20 from me, a
You
dirty
both-
20.
you
Oh
both
no,
take-
21.
Okay,
sorry.
you both take 3 half to 1 point of falling damage,
Okay, it's
and
dealable
are
with.
not prone. You
Good.
You sort of hit the ground and kind of tumble and manage to get yourself back up. The other shot is going to go against the horse being ridden by Scamp. That was a natural 2, however, with the disadvantage, and the shot fires off into the distance. Okay, there are still 2 horses chasing you, and at this point, we'll say, because of the way that time is sliced, they're still about 150 feet behind you, Scamp, and it's you up next.
Okay, I will pull the horse round and get to where Corzin and Celestia are.
Okay. You ride up next to them.
And I will twin a fly on myself and Celestia,
That's probably the best way.
and I will grab Corzin.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Like, she's human-sized. Like,
Yeah.
that makes the most sense.
Okay. You feel that distinctive weightlessness again, and Scamp, you reach down and grab Corzin. And you've
got
actually
any
used your mount.
movement?
You've used your mount's movement, so you actually have your own movement.
Okay, then I will.
Just
You can drop me on the horse.
I don't think the horse is a good idea at this point.
Well,
It takes any damage and it vanishes.
yeah, okay, but you're flying.
you don't really have time for a protected discussion.
Yeah, I would just lift you up and try and get just above ground.
Okay. You grab
bit.
and just take into the air, just straight off your horse. Letitia, who's
this-
still on the horse, is just like, what the?
Well,
What?
the horse is stationed really now.
Yeah.
But this does mean slow is dropped.
Okay. Those horses are kind of back
Now
in the race.
faster, but chaotic.
Now faster, but very chaotic under the circumstances. They're not quite back in the race yet. Celestia, you're up next.
An extremely relevant question. Is she still invisible?
No.
No.
Thank fuck for
Concentration.
that. Okay, good.
It's only a minute and it was concentration. You're good.
I didn't think so, but I was like, if she is, this is going to be
We're in
really
trouble.
hard.
Oh, yeah.
But I
You
am
grab
going
something and
to-
realise you're carrying a horse. Oh no.
I think I'm going to fly over and grab her and dash.
Okay.
Like, dash fly away towards the river.
Okay, and
I think that's the
grabbing
best thing
her,
you can
the
do
pair
right
of you
now.
begin dashing.
Fair enough.
Okay, that's fine. You are making pace with essentially what the horse. You're essentially able to keep pace with the horses chasing you, with you dash flying. She doesn't.
Can I instruct the horse to go somewhere else next turn?
Yes.
When it just like veer in a different direction, see if we can
Yeah.
confuse them a little.
All right.
I don't think it'll work, but it might.
Didn't really work very well. Unfortunately, the riders are
Oh, well.
able to see. However, top of the round, Corzin, you are kind of still like Scamp. You've gone pretty much directly up into the air, and these guys can move. Have been moving towards your last position. So we'll say that you're 80 feet above the two riders now.
Okay, can I drop another bomb?
Yes, you can. Are you aiming to hit anything this time, or are you aiming to spook again?
Yeah, I'm trying to aim to disperse here.
Okay, give me another wisdom check then.
Alright. That is a 19.
It lands and explodes between the pair of horses, spooking them. One of the riders is able to get the horse under control. The other one begins riding off in a random direction. But that's still one rider, as it were, on the chase beneath you. And they're kind of making... under the circumstances, you can see they're going to make towards chasing Celestia. Is there anything else you can do?
Admire the view.
Yeah, I mean... No, I'd need 2 hands to light it. No, that's me done.
That's the rule we came up with, because that works. So, the rider will take a shot. He's going to chase after Celestia and Scamp, but seeing you up there, Corzin, he is also just going to try and shoot you.
Okay.
As he passes, that is a 19 to hit.
That'll hit me.
Yep. He's wearing a carbine up. I haven't actually told you that I'm changing the rules in carbine, so I'll do this on the old damage.
Okay.
So, which was still, unfortunately, 10 points of percussive damage to you, Corzin.
Okay.
As a carbine shot fires up at you. Meanwhile, the horse continues chasing after, aiming to keep pace with Celestia and Lutetia, who is now being sort of held in Celestia's arms, flying along, carrying this flapping bag full of ledgers in the sky, just quietly screaming, and it is a proper sort of to herself.
We are the most ungraceful flying people ever. It's brilliant.
Scamp, you are up next.
I will dash.
Okay. You guys just...
heading for the river. And I'm gonna use 2 sorcery points to quicken mage armor.
Okay.
Which I forgot to cast till now. But it means I can use my action to dash.
Okay. You quickly tie a ribbon around your horn and speed forwards. As everyone is dashing... Actually, no. Corzin can still act freely. So, next round.
Corzin's in Scamp's arms.
Yes, Corzin's in Scamp's arms.
Bridal style.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously.
But Corzin still has access to his arms and weapons.
Oh, I thought you were talking about movement. I was confused. I'm sorry. Carry on.
You know, this is rather undignified. Fuck it.
Yeah, Corzin, it's you'll go next. You are kind of keeping pace with the rider, still about 80 feet above.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still dashing on my turn, so...
So what do you wish to do, Corzin?
Alright, well, if he's within carbine range of me, presumably I am within carbine range of him, so I'm going to try and make an attack.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, so just... That's a natural 1, but lucky. That, on the other hand, is 25.
Yay.
Ooh.
Okay, it's just about... You can see your shot is about... you fire and the shot is completely wide. It smacks into just a rock, ricochets off it, and smacks into the back of the fellow riding.
Love it. Okay. So
roll damage.
Okay. That's going to be 14 percussive damage.
And he slumps to the ground.
As good as I get, friend.
Yeah, he slumps to the side in his horse and then awkwardly falls off it. Actually, no, he's sort of dragged along, head smashing into the ground repeatedly until the horse finally
dead.
Oh, ow.
Yeah, no,
he is so dead.
Very dead. Yeah. And with that, the chase is over. You fly the rest of the way towards the river, and at this point, you can actually just go into the city.
I mean, do we want to go straight into the city, or
should we go
is
high
flying
enough
into the city kind of?
How guarded do we know the walls are?
The walls are pretty guarded. However, there is sort of a massive gap where the river goes, close towards the Great Bastard.
I'm more just thinking how high up we are versus how high light goes.
Well, if we keep really close to the water, we might be able to just get to a riverbank.
Yeah, that's really
within
not a bad
the
idea.
walls.
If we're the right side of the riverbank, yeah.
Everyone give me a stealth check.
So Sorry, stealth checks strike fear into my heart. I don't know about anyone else.
Natural 20!
Come on, give me good stealth, please. Just once.
23.
Oh god, 10. Help me.
25.
With a 25, 23 countering the 10 and the low score from the
fucking useless McGee over here.
We'll say that you are just about able to keep low enough. There's one point where someone almost spots Celestia, and just in a moment of inspiration, you kind of whether it's accidental or not, you're traveling close together and you bump into Celestia and momentarily force her under the water by mistake.
Sorry.
As you re-emerge, in the moment when you re-emerge, quietly coughing to yourself.
What the fuck was that?
The sentry who was looking at it, kind of almost directly at you, is now turned away. And you're able to...
Presumably they push me and Letitia
yes,
under the water
Letitia is also...
Is Letitia still screaming?
No, she has stopped screaming by this point.
If she starts screaming, I'll put my fucking hand over her mouth.
Is now hugging on to you for dear life. But you are able to drop yourself off at one of the banks of the river and basically just scurry up to the courts of justice, where a bedraggled, wet, poorly dressed...
two of us are soaked and covered in shit.
Letitia is delivered quickly into the hands of the waiting guards. And I think we will pick up from there after these, no doubt, important messages. And now for a word from our friends over at The Roaring Trainers.
Welcome to The Roaring Trainers, Canto in the Jazz Age, a real play, 5e D&D podcast set in a 1920s Pokemon world. Follow Wesley, Sandoran, Atticus, and Little Abby as they meet new friends, discover new Pokemon, and explore the landscape on their Pokemon journey. With mature themes, funny jokes, and sometimes dark storylines, The Roaring Trainers is a story for those of us who grew up on Pokemon and are looking for a Pokemon adventure that grew up with us. Follow them on Twitter and find them on any podcasting app by searching The Roaring Trainers.
They took everything from us, Abby. I don't know who they are. I know the Red Rocket, but I don't know what that means. I gotta find out, though.
How am I supposed to beat all the gym leaders if I don't have any more Pokemon and if I can't win any battles?
Fail more. The more you learn, the better you'll get. Everything in life is just an experience. It's all data.
Thanks for listening, and we'll see you next time on The Roaring Trainers, Canto in the Jazz Age.
I am a horse, and I strongly disapprove of the treatment of my people in this podcast. If you feel the same way and you love horses, then you should like, rate, share, and subscribe to ilovethickmeatyhorses. Oh, apparently that's taken. Oh, well, then just Flintlocks and Fireballs. And welcome back. So, having successfully brought the Finance Minister, Letitia Aubery, to the Courts of Justice, you are ushered in alongside her. As it is past midnight, the National Assembly is not, by and large, in session right now. However, there are still quite a few people gathered inside the cavernous halls. The central chamber of the Courts of Justice is actually visible from the atrium, which while itself is a fairly wide area supported by stone columns, you can see leads up a set of steps towards a sort of open viewing gallery, which leads down onto the many benches and seats arrayed in the large space of this cathedral-like building. The focus of which is around a central podium where a speaker, or in this case, the leader or presiding member of the National Assembly would sit. At the moment, the podium is vacant because the Assembly is not in session, but there are still figures sitting, going through documents on the lecterns attached to the various pews. And of course, there are a number of guards just doing patrols or keeping an eye on things. One fellow is literally just keeping the lamps lit, occasionally replacing oil in them. However, as you bring in Lutetia, a familiar figure steps forward to greet you and her. The tall, brunette human woman, wearing a set of long trousers and a waistcoat and a small distinctive scar on her lip, of Jacqueline Dumois. Jean-Paul indicated that we would be having a welcome guest arrive to speak with us. She fixes you with a unblinking sort of look for a moment before turning her attention to Albury. Lutetia, I am very glad to see that you have made the wise decision of coming over to our protection. Things will be as arranged, but I'm sure that we will have a very enlightening look at your ledgers. She glances down to the satchel. Please, there are some apartments in the back. Some of the guardsmen will escort you somewhere that you can get toweled off. And perhaps slip into something a little bit less comfortable. Lutetia is sort of...
When she's left, I click my fingers and dry myself on the prestidigitation.
Before that, she goes, yes, well, it's hardly the style of approach I was transport I was expecting, but all things said and done, we did get here fine. And yes, I think toweling off, maybe something to drink. She looks over, snaps her fingers at a pair of guards. You, escort me to some chambers. The guards look back at her and then to Jacqueline, who gives them a small nod before escorting her off.
As I say, when she's out of sight, I dry myself off.
Jacqueline, who has a small smile most of the time, it just widens for a moment. So, I have to say, from the one time we had met before, I did not necessarily anticipate you being such ardent supporters of the cause.
We like to be useful.
Yeah, we've seen some other things since then.
And useful you have been.
You might have a leak somewhere, though, because they knew we were coming, or that something was happening.
Yeah, big fucking group of horses.
Interesting. I could use your assistance with that, perhaps. But first, she reaches into her waistcoat and produces a wallet, from which she unfolds a dozen notes and divides them between the three of you. Each of the... So, I said it was dozens. There was
so
six.
4 each.
Yep, 4 each. These are 50 crown notes.
Ooh, darling.
Ooh,
they
made
are
of paper.
Yeah, they are promissory notes marked with the seal of golden crats and Guildenstern.
Yeah. So these are something not to put in gold. These are specifically promissory notes.
These are promissory notes which you could exchange for gold, but which will serve as
that.
promissory notes do, as just currency on their own as well.
I'm just going to stick it in my gold for ease then.
Yeah, as Josephine says, as the dwarf... She notices you looking at them and says, as the dwarf bank likes to say, as good as gold.
Well, thank you. That's very kind.
That is all right. We do have a small fund set aside to properly reward those who help us in these more critical matters.
It's
Speaking
appreciated.
of which, please, if I can take a little bit more of your time.
Of course. We're already awake.
Wait, where's Jeffrey?
Where the fuck is Jeffrey?
Did Leah have him?
Did you leave him with Leah? I don't pay attention to a fucking monkey.
Jeffrey, at this point you hear a sort of sound from further down the hallway, and you can see there is riding on the back of a very harassed-looking guardsman who steps in.
God, I'm glad he didn't stay with Leah. Leah needs time.
Is this your monkey?
Jeffrey!
Jeffrey leaps off and bounds towards you, so leaping up into your arms.
Jeffrey.
You hear a voice in your head, Scamp. He's getting quite a sly one, that. Slipped right out of your bank bag without you noticing.
I'm not very perceptive.
All right, seemed he was interested in finding out what was going on with the young Leodon lady.
Is she alright?
I assume so. I've been with you. But
Can
I
you ask
encourage...
Jeffrey?
Sure. There's a brief pause, and you just hear Jeffrey. Pause again. Jeffrey seems to think she's fine.
Jeffrey says Leah's fine.
Oh, good. What?
You understand?
Everyone has been awkwardly staring at you, sort of looking at this, seemingly just staring at this monkey, then hearing this monkey sort of chitter, then staring again, and then providing a translation.
I offer no explanation.
I didn't know you could speak monkey. I didn't know monkeys had a language.
It's a sort of...
It's
grunting,
complicated.
The Jacqueline raises an eyebrow, but still beckons you over to one of the. You notice there's actually a bar set up in the palace in the courts of justice, although it is a coffee bar as well as an alcoholic bar.
Getting booze.
Whiskey milk!
You place your orders, and Jacqueline nods to the bartender, a halfling gentleman who has been scrubbing glasses when you approach, and starts pouring them out and says, "And I will have my usual." And he pours her a thick espresso.
Wow.
Clonk.
It's not.
That stuff's bad for you, I say, drinking my whiskey.
It's not Veldrina strong, but it's
strong enough that it's thick, frankly. Like, that's pretty...
when I say thick, I mean dark rather than
okay,
thick.
you don't mean like...
Not the stuff Veldrina drank.
Yeah.
Viscous.
This is not viscous. This is just a double espresso.
Corzin is going to sip his rum, and depending on whether or not it's decent quality, he's either going to finish it or use the rest of it to disinfect his bullet wound.
It is good, decent stuff.
He's going to finish it.
However, she does escort you over towards a small, an adjoining little booth and secure chamber. Looks over at the bullet wound you have and goes, would you like a bit of time to
do you
have
want
someone see that, or?
I gesture at my xylophone. Do you want help with that?
Yeah, go on. Would you mind?
Yeah, sure, ding. Healing word. Let me just roll d4. So that's 5. Not loads,
Excellent.
but
It's enough. You extract the bullet, and the majority of the wound seals up. The bleeding, any slow bleeding, still staunches.
Takes the sting out, anyway.
I wish I could do that.
Jacqueline observes it happen. Takes a small handkerchief from her waistcoat and dabs at her forehead for a moment before placing it away. As would I. That would be most useful.
it's not much.
Well, she looks at the obviously partly healed bullet wound. It is certainly enough.
There's something.
Are you a member of the church?
No.
I assumed not from the mode of dress, but I felt I should ask. And I assume the same for you, sir? It was Corzin, yes?
Yeah, that's right. No, the church is not specifically my style. I am a surgeon by trade, though.
Ah, I see. Well, I've no doubt that now that we are somewhere a little more private, she says, taking a sip of her coffee, I have no doubt that Jean-Paul has spoken to you about some of the things he sees necessary to do, of which this has been most certainly one. She gestures vaguely out towards the direction that Letitia went. But if you are interested, there are a couple of tasks which I could use your assistance with, which I think Jean-Paul might, Regent bless him, not necessarily consider. He likes to think the best of people.
That's nice.
One of those is, as you mentioned, the possibility of a mole. In fact, the near certainty of one.
Do you have any idea who might be?
I do. We recently brought with the convention of the National Guard, a large number of captains were brought together and appointed by their soldiers to lead them. 3 of their commanders have been brought to my attention. People towards this who are responsible for manning the South Mirror and Weaver's Gates on our side. I suspect that one of them is indeed a traitor. If this is something you feel you could help me with, I would like someone to tacitly investigate them, find proof or evidence towards which one is the traitor, and capture them for trial, or if that is not possible, to execute them. I do encourage you to, though, if you do this, to find the correct person. I do not believe, if it can be avoided, that we should take down the innocent with the guilty.
I can agree to that.
Well, we're very good at subtle.
Well, the 3 heads, should you decide to investigate this, are Salette Suleiman on the Weaver's Gate, Gerard Manier on the South Gate.
I can go a bit slower, so Weaver's Gate, the first one.
Salette Suleiman on the Weaver's Gate. Gerard Manier on the South Gate.
Yeah.
And Paris de Souza on the Mirror Gate.
And are they always stationed at those ones?
That is the gates that they are responsible for looking after, and the evidence I have points towards the corruption happening along the south gates. So it is almost certainly one of them.
So it's worth looking into this before we go setting fire to lots of camps.
I mean, we walked through the south gate when we were going to get Letitia.
So that might be a good place to start.
But, like, seriously, if they saw us going, they might have told somebody.
The horses were there before we got there. Otherwise, we'd have seen them on the road.
Very true, actually.
Yeah, there wasn't any
it wasn't a
evidence
thing.
of
But they knew to come out, so maybe a messenger came after us.
Maybe.
It's not a bad place to start.
We don't know how long those soldiers were laying in wait there. If they deliberately moved Letitia to there for her own protection, quote unquote, then they could have had their own men being watched for as long as she'd been there.
But they knew to move. They were coming out before we were out.
Yeah. Yeah, they
before
were
we out
prepared.
with her.
Could we have a bit of a description of these people?
Of course.
I might be able to do something from far away.
Salette is a halfling woman, red-headed, green eyes. Between you and me, a little on the larger side. She has a distinctive purple birthmark on her lower lip.
Mm-hmm.
Gerard is a human man, blonde, blue-eyed, very well muscled. Has taken since taking up the cause to wearing a very distinctive tricolour scarf in red, white, and blue. And you do actually notice that a number of the National Guard are wearing the little red, white, blue cockades.
Is anyone wearing berets?
Or strings of onions. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'm
No,
sorry.
like revolutionary berets.
Revolutionary berets. Are they a thing?
There is
Yeah.
there is one grizzled-looking, muscled human with a stubble and a scar across one eye with an eye patch. He's wearing a beret. He's the only man wearing the beret, and he's sat at the bar drinking, pulling corks out of bottles with his teeth.
I consider sending Jeffrey after the hat and then decide
no.
probably not to.
He's got a cigar as well.
Yeah, a cigar that he probably lit from a match he struck off his forearm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't send Jeffrey over there.
Paris is a female. Is a human woman, because people do not say female human usually. A human woman, brown hair and eyes. She has a distinctive habit of tying her hair in a bun with a stiletto dagger thrust through.
Oh, it's definitely her. She done it.
I mean, that's fucking amazing, and I hope it isn't her because her hairstyle sounds incredible. Not that that should have any bearing on whether you're a traitor or not. I'm just tired. But
she was involved in some street gangs.
Probably not sharp. You'd end up like scalping yourself.
But the thing is, if we can get within 30 feet of them, I can look in their heads.
Oh, you can, can't you?
It'd be really helpful.
Let's do that. We never get to do that.
Yeah, I hardly ever do. I can do it at least 3 times a day, more really.
Have you done? Can you do it again today?
Let me have a look. Blah, 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 blah. Celestia does not look at her spell slots in her notebook.
Yeah.
She just has a think. I could do it twice today. That would mean no sending to Molly. But then I'm all kind of out.
Do you want to wander over to the gate, one of the gates, and see if they're about and give it a go? Are they on duty at the moment?
Well, I mean, it might be worth having a go. All my magic's nearly used up for today anyway. Might as well use the rest of it.
I can make you invisible, which I can do now. How cool is that?
That sounds hysterically funny.
And then you can get close to them without them seeing you.
That'd be amazing.
And if you cast a spell, it doesn't break.
That's fucking
That's
brilliant.
impressive.
This
This is something I'm sure you will in no way abuse.
I was going to use it on Jeffrey, but this is a better idea.
Please, for the love of the Regent, never, ever use it on Jeffrey. We'll never find them again for a start.
Fucking hell.
It only lasts a minute, but a minute of invisible monkey sounds like the best thing ever.
Oh no, we might lose the monkey.
Josephine sort of throws that would be very impressive. For completeness, I feel like Jacqueline, not Josephine. Jacqueline, I've been calling her Josephine by mistake. It's definitely Jacqueline.
You've been saying Jacqueline up to now. That's
Cool.
the first Josephine that I've noticed.
Jacqueline says, for completeness, I feel I should mention there is the other task which you might be interested in. As I mentioned, there are some things which Jean-Paul would not consider. The goal is to weaken the resolve of the enemy and to ensure they have as few supporters within the walls as possible.
Mm-hmm.
One of the ways that one brings support is through spreading public and influencing public word. I speak, of course, of the Alessandre Guardian. The Guardian's printing press has been moved into the townhouse of its patron, one Geoffrey, Comte du Benemont.
Jeffrey!
Sorry, no, a different
wrong
spelling.
Wrong Jeffrey.
If you were to destroy the printing press, that would stop circulation for some time, allowing the voice of the Inquirer, which is friendly to our cause, to be the main voice within the city.
Okay, destroy a printing press.
But that'll put that little child out of a job.
Either that, or the Alison Inquirer will have 2 barkers, not 1.
I suppose.
Yeah, and I mean, children can get other jobs.
Maybe children shouldn't be doing jobs.
Well, I mean, that's a whole
Separate
separate
issue.
issue entirely, isn't it? I'm sorry, you're a child. Shut up.
I'm a ship's maid, don't you know?
Fuck off.
I'm an officer. I can have you thrown in the brig.
On what ship are you the maid?
The one we just last travelled on.
Are we on the ship right now? No. Then go fuck yourself.
Insubordination.
Sorry, Jacqueline. We're very tired.
Should we go read some brains?
Yeah, maybe we might.
Oh yes, sorry, printing press. Is there anything else we should know about this press?
Well, the printing press is located within the Comte de Benemont's townhouse, so it would likely have the protection of his personal guards, because they would be where the Comte is and where he sleeps.
Seems reasonable. How many guards?
I have not. I do not have solid information. However, it is a 3-story townhouse, so there are unlikely to be a very large amount of guards within, by simple virtue of the fact that there is limited space. It does have a small private garden and retaining wall.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. We'll look into it.
Still, I do thank you for the work you have done thus far to aid the support of the movement. It is important in these troubled times to ensure proper security.
Indeed it is.
Yeah, hopefully in doing all of these things we're ensuring more of that for the people of this nation.
Indeed, that is my highest priority, to ensure that we are fed and protected and safe.
That seems fair.
In the meantime, well, and also that we are free. Let us not forget that. In the meantime, thank you for your company. She drains the last of her coffee. I must carry on with work. Gives you a small nod each, stands up and departs.
So, shall we go and read some people's thoughts? Because that sounds like a grand old night out to me.
We should probably check on Elizabeth and Henri at some point. I'd like to know they're alright.
Yeah, if we can, that'd be good.
Elizabeth, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I'm pronouncing it wrong.
Yeah.
It's alright, my Sulian's not great either, don't worry.
Possibly just check in with Leah now we're back.
Yeah, we should see she's alright.
Yeah.
I mean, we could take Jeffrey's word for it and just leave.
No, it's... Yes, let's take the monkey's word, everything's fine. I walk off and try and find Leah.
Asking some directions, you're led to one of the small apartments, which is actually kept within the house of the Courts of Justice for various was probably originally intended for apartments for judges and magistrates and such, where you do find Leah is cozied up on a chair, reading a book on torts. She looks up as you read. Huh. Oh, hello.
Hello. Had a good evening?
She looks at the book. I still don't understand what torts are.
I have no
They're a
idea
type
what
of
you're
contract.
fucking reading. A contract?
It's definitely contract law. I might ask for something else.
Yeah.
I mean, read literally anything else.
What were you going to say, Corzin?
I thought torts were a sort of confection, but that I might
I mean, that sounds much better to me.
Is it a book of cake?
She looks around at the extensive legal library. I mean, in this place, there's probably a book to do with laws on cake, but I think I might ask someone to go find me something a little bit better than.
I'm sure Jean-Paul Servat would have some good books.
I'm sure I'll ask him to bring something from his place.
Try and find you something somewhere.
Thank you.
Have you been well cared for here?
Well, they, on Servat's say-so, they afforded me the use of this apartment whilst I'm staying, which is cosy but catered for, and I do have the full run of the halls, apart from the places where I'm not allowed, and also the main hall while it's in session, on account of not wanting to disrupt the running of the processes of state.
Yeah, fair enough.
Fair.
But,
Are you lonely? Do you want me to leave Jeffrey?
There's a slight widening and a distant look in her eyes. I mean, I wouldn't want to impose, you know?
It's no trouble.
I just fear that Jeffrey...
Leah hates monkeys as much as I do for the purposes of this.
No one hates monkeys.
All elves hate monkeys.
Don't be silly.
All of us hate them. We're just allergic.
Jeffrey's bouncing around on Scamp's shoulder. Don't see why it wouldn't be in. But we got a little bit ambushed, but we're okay, and the ladies in the building and all that stuff.
She's not very nice.
No, she sucks. She's the worst. But apparently she's useful. So we're going to go and read some people's thoughts before bed, because apparently that's a thing that's necessary. You're very welcome to come if you like, or you can stay here in your comfy reading nest. Either way is fine.
I'm good here, but when you're done, do you want to come back and we can play some backgammon or something?
That sounds fucking lovely. Yes. Please.
She smiles at you.
What's a backgammon?
I'll
It's
teach
like
you later.
it's like a front gammon, but the other way.
Okay, I get it now.
It has nothing to do with pigs.
I don't get it anymore.
Leo produces a backgammon board.
I'm very confused. Let's go read brains.
We'll teach you backgammon later. Let's go and do some stuff.
Fun fact, gentle listeners, Jason does not know how to play backgammon.
I have no fucking idea how to play backgammon either.
Then we should play it in detail.
It's one of the oldest games in the world, and I just don't know how to play it.
It's going to be fun describing that if neither of us know how to fucking
I'm pretty sure it derives from the Egyptian game of Senet as well.
I can picture the board, I just don't know what to do with it.
Yep.
It's
One
like
of my
zigzag.
favourite improv games is you just have a title and you play the game without having a clue how
So
it works.
good.
It's the best game.
It'll be like Sam Riegel improvising how an engine works. And there's a cap, and you take it off, and the thing that you wanted is there.
So, confessions about not understanding how
later.
ancient games work. You leave the Courts of Justice and head to... Where would you like to head to next?
Should we start at the south gate?
Yeah, why not?
I can do it. How many
Do we
times
know
is
if...
it?
Yeah, we don't even know he's there. We should... Or she. Which one's Southgate?
It is Gerard
Human
Marnier.
man.
human man, muscly, colourful scarf, tricolour scarf in particular. So yeah, I can do 2.
Well, let's go see if he's there.
Yeah.
Is it not going to cause a bit of confusion that if we've just gone through the south gate a couple of hours ago and then we turn up from inside again?
Well, not if I'm invisible, darling.
Actually,
But we've got to find the guy first.
Yeah.
All right, let's do that.
Also, he could have come in through a different gate. That's not ridiculous. There are loads of gates.
You said you were going to Kion. That's 4 days ride away.
Shush.
Oh, we said that
This
to
detail is irrelevant.
to the guy outside.
All right, fair point. Fair point.
Not our guys.
Oh, good. We did say that to the guy outside. I did also think that we'd said it to the guy on the gate, but it was the guy on the road, so I think we're okay. You do make a good point about sticking to stories, and we should think about that more often.
Nah. Let's
If you see
leave
the
that as a
same guy
problem
again,
for future us.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So, you head towards the south gate, where the soldiers the National Guardsmen are a little surprised to see the 3 of you return the same way, having let you out of the gate not 2 hours before. So, oh. Hello?
Hang on, do you think we've gone right up to the gate?
No,
as in speaking
no.
to them?
I'm assuming you. Sorry, actually, no. You said you wouldn't. So
No, definitely not.
You approach, getting towards the part way down the street. You can see the gate. The soldiers around the gate. There are soldiers just out the bottom of the gate, about a dozen of them, and then there are some up on the walls. There is also a little guardhouse, a pair of towers that serve as a guardhouse attached to the gate itself. You actually, when the army was still in control of these towers, you actually went through those previously, which is where Machimiston came out of. Since then, they appear to have been replaced by members of the National Guard. You give me, I guess, a perception check, because these guys are standing within pools of light, so you don't have disadvantage.
Ooh! 18! Look at me being
30-20!
perceptive.
I can see things.
Okay. It does not appear that Gerard is amongst those down on the bottom layer by the gate. However, you do spot passing by one of the windows in the towers, briefly the form of a human man, blonde human man, quite well muscled beneath his russet-coloured coat, wearing a distinctive tricolour scarf.
Okay, so he was inside.
He is inside in
Okay.
one of the 2 towers.
Cool.
How close do you need to be?
30 feet?
Ugh.
Seems to be
How long
about
does it take you?
2 feet off, 20 feet. It's the second floor, so it's about 20 feet up from the ground level.
Okay, so I could do it from the ground.
Let me just check if you need line of sight. Because I have the full...
It just... Yeah, look...
Any one
look.
creature that you can see within 30 feet of you.
Okay, so I'd need to be, like, by a window or something. Oh, I mean, I've got to be able to see him, really.
Well, would it help if one of us engaged him in conversation? Whilst...
How? He's in the guardhouse. I mean, if you can, that'd be great, but...
I mean, we can arrive, flash our military papers, talk about we can say something like Savat wanted him to report in and just give a brief overview of the situation here. While he's doing that, you can do your thing unseen.
That'd be great, but it's a matter of getting him to come out of the guardhouse in the first place if he's not on duty. You know? Because surely if we wanted one of the guards to report in, it would just be one of the ones on the door, wouldn't it? Unless we asked for him specifically, I suppose.
Well, he's the person who oversees this place. He'd be the person who any intelligence officer would want to talk to.
You have a point there.
How subtle's this casting of your spell? Does it... being invisible will help because he won't know you're there, but even if you are visible, can you do it and he won't notice?
Oh god, I mean, this might be an out of character question. Components. Verbal semantic material. So there has to be something verbal.
Yeah, so you would need a sleight of hand check.
Not if I was invisible, I wouldn't.
You would need a
I'd need a stealth check for the voice.
For the voice part, yeah, because you are.
Yeah.
I guess it depends. If you were out on the street, you might be all right. But
yeah, like if you were in the same room
yeah.
with it as him, you'd need a stealth check. You'd have advantage to mutter it under your breath.
I mean, you can't do the invisibility thing for that long, can you? I'd be worried about walking in there.
Yeah.
Because there's only like a minute.
And it's something he could resist, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean...
I think I could shape space and time a bit.
Oh, good.
You could
So it might... I don't know. Sometimes I know something's not going to work and I decide I want it to work and it does.
This is
Corzin kind of blinks at you.
I didn't want to mention it much because it feels a bit weird, but... It keeps happening, so it might be useful if I can see him too.
Right.
Because I might be able to make it work if it doesn't work.
That being the case, then...
That's quite disturbing.
I know, it's really worrying. I didn't notice and then I did and now I'm a little worried.
The voice in your head says, I wouldn't worry about it.
It's okay, friend says I don't have to worry. I'm going to stop worrying immediately.
Oh, good. Corzin, what were you going to say?
I was going to say...
Sorry.
Terrifying ramifications of this aside... it behooves us then that I should be the person who goes in and asks if anyone is going to. Because the two of you need to be doing something else. I am not doing anything else besides, so I should speak to him.
Can you get him to come to the front door?
That would be really
I can
good.
certainly try.
Because then neither of us have to be that close.
Well, I can just go to the guard on the door and flash the papers and say, I want to speak to your commanding officer, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, Corzin, I love you, but you're not the most fantastic liar. Are you going to be alright?
Well, to be fair,
Well, I'm not lying. I do actually want to speak to the commanding officer.
Oh, okay. Fuck it. Let's give it a go. This sounds good.
Yeah, we need him to come down rather than you going up to him, though.
We really do.
Alright.
Unless you can get him to the window.
Again, I'll do my best.
Cool.
Okay. So, Corzin, are you heading up towards the guards at the gate?
Yes.
Let's leave the charisma 20 people in the alley.
You're holding in the alley. Corzin, you straight up to the gate. Some of the guards who are on the gate are ones that you recognise from before. There seems to be only a partial shift change since then. One of them peers. "I done. Didn't I let you through this gate 2 hours ago?"
Might be my twin, actually. Another guy, roughly the same height, with two others.
Roll a deception check with disadvantage.
This is why we don't let you do this in this character.
I love this plan so much.
That's one, but lucky.
Oh god.
Okay. Deception.
I so want this to work. It'd be so
I don't
stupid.
look at deception that often. That's a 7.
Oh god.
He bursts into laughter. But
I
seriously,
try and bluff it off like, yeah, gotcha.
But seriously, what are you doing back here? I thought you... I definitely let you through already, didn't I? Yes.
Yes,
with the other two you mentioned.
Yeah. I received a sending, actually. There's something I needed to speak to your captain about.
Okay. Tell me what it is, I'll relay it up to him.
I need to speak with him in person. It concerns something that he and Savat were speaking about specifically.
Okay, give me a deception check without disadvantage this time.
Okay.
Because you're not trying to convince somebody that it was your twin.
Yeah.
It's one of my favourite lies that's been told in this podcast. I love it so much.
Okay, that is an 8.
Oh god.
He sort of looks at
Nothing I can do.
look,
Why am I not helping? Oh well, it's too late now.
he sort of
Because it's too
rolls
funny.
his eyes. Look, Gerard is quite busy right now. Just tell me what the message is. I'll bring it up to him.
All right. Well, you tell him that a representative of Jean-Paul Savat is here to speak to him. Then.
Fine. Cover for me, would you? He says to one of the others. One moment. And he opens the door to the gatehouse, and there's a wait while he climbs the steps.
I think it's going well.
Oh, really? Do you? It looks great from over here.
Maybe we
How
should have
close
just
are
thrown
they
a
to
stone
me?
at the window.
That would have been a really good idea. And we
So
could
we'll
still
stop.
do that if this doesn't work.
Okay. You do see up by the same window you'd spotted him in before, the muscled form. You can't really clearly see his face. Leans back, arms behind his head, near so that his back is visible to the window, and seems to be engaged in a muffled conversation with someone. Let's roll a persuasion check for what's his face. It's Charlie Brand speak because you're too far away.
Vaguely French mumbling. Come on, Snarler. Sorry. Sorry, I'm full of shit today, just ignore me.
It seems your luck bears out, however, because after a few moments the door opens again, and the figure and the guardsman comes out. Oh, you! He says you can go up and talk to him.
Ah, balls.
Right, you are then. I walk in through the door.
So this is just face palming in the background.
Okay! Awesome!
Stairs.
You walk in the door, he closes the door behind you. You go up the stairs to the second story, and it opens into a guard room. Where you can see there are about 5 members of the National Guard in here playing
This is
cards.
such a hilariously bad plan. I love it.
Playing cards. There is a 6th seat around the table, which is currently unoccupied, and sat at the table by the window is a blonde, blue-eyed, muscled figure in a russet coat with a tricolour staff and a beautiful blonde moustache, which he twirls as he looks up at you. Hello.
Right.
So, what brings a messenger like you? And he obviously looks you up and down to my table at this time of night, eh?
Captain Marnier, I presume.
Yes, sir. Please call me Gerard. And what's your name?
Oh, is he flirting? Please be flirting.
Please be flirting.
He's definitely giving Corzin the look.
Excellent. I wish I was there.
Oh, me too.
I wouldn't understand.
No, you two can just see him sort of sitting up slightly and reaching his hand up towards his face.
So he's actually visible from the window.
He's visible from the window.
Oh,
You would need to get into the street to be within 30 feet of him in a direct line of effect, however. Because you can't do it from the alleyway.
Might do that.
Okay, I will make you invisible.
Because of Pythagoras.
If you think you can do it, I will make you invisible.
Thank you, that'd be great. I want to be invisible more than I've ever wanted anything.
Invisible! Yes!
Scamp touches you on the shoulder.
I boop your nose.
Sorry, boop your nose.
Oh, that's adorable.
This just flood of nothingness spreads out over you, and Celestia, it's very weird. You look down, you can't see yourself. Your proprioception is fine. You can still feel yourself and everything.
More fun than flying. I like it. I ruffle Scamp's hair just to freak them out and then run away. I go forwards to get within range, but it's obviously up to you as DM as to what order you want to do this sequence.
That's fine. So
I'll leave that
while
to you.
that's happening, up above.
Okay. Lieutenant Alton Kettleblossom at your service. Now, there was a thing I was sent here to talk to you about, and is the window behind him big enough for Corzin to actually see out of at all, or is it too high off the ground?
No, it's large enough. He's blocking a fair bit of it. He's a big lad, but you can just see just a bit past him.
All right, I'm going to go around the table. I'm going to actually take the unoccupied chair, drag it around the table, set it up, and stand on it so I can point out of the window. Now, what do I see out of the window?
Outside the window, give me a perception check.
Okay. Okay, that's a 24.
Well, you can see Scamp hustling in an alleyway not far below. And in fact, at the moment you go out there, I will say, because of luck... Okay, no, you just see Scamp. The invisibility has already happened by the time this happens. But you can see the city stretching out ahead. Well, actually, you can't really see the city stretching out ahead because it's not quite high enough. What you can mostly see are a set of buildings which are slightly higher. So from here, you can see into someone else's bedroom immediately across the street.
Okay, but like there is the street and thoroughfare is
the street and
visible.
thoroughfare is visible.
All right, I'm going to say to Gerard,
who is very much just eyeing your buttocks as you talk.
There has been a bit of revolutionary action beyond the south gates this evening, and there may be some of the King's men who will attempt to re-enter the city this way. Savat has asked that you set up temporary barricades behind the gatehouse here in case they try and storm it.
Okay, so while you're
point out at various different locations down the street.
Okay, so while you're doing that, Celestia, you briefly see the form of, just as you get into position, you see Corzin's form appear partway in the window and starting to point out.
Pointing at things down the street.
Lovely. I cast Detect Thoughts. I put my hand to a temple, X-Men style. There's a little purple thread that connects our temples, which only Corzin would be able to see.
Yeah, only Corzin can see this brief purple thread appearing just from nowhere in the middle of the street. And
if it looks like the guy resists at all, I will attempt to bend fate.
He only resists if I probe deeper, which I'm not going to do immediately.
Cool. I'll be
otherwise
watching
it
for
just
any
happens.
sort of twitch.
Like surface thoughts I get, so I'll start with that and see where it goes.
So in response to Corzin's questioning, you hear... You can't actually... roll me a perception check. Let's see if you can hear Corzin from here.
It's also the reason why I'm asking about specifically military things and the King's men, so that it will be...
Surface thoughts are there.
Yeah.
So 15.
15. Okay, you can just hear Corzin's line of questioning, straining your ears a bit, and you hear the thought. You can read it in his thought process. Oh, now that is a fine ass. What is he talking? What? Up through the south gate? Seems a bit early, but okay. I suppose we can set some barricades out. And he goes, of course. You want to put these barricades where now? And he, again, sort of leans back so you can get a better look at Corzin's arse. And
when I realise that he's mostly staring at Corzin's arse, I'm going to probe deeper into his thoughts and see if I can find anything useful and traitorous rather than just dirty.
Corzin is going to take the time again, just pointing out the areas.
Such a good shout, by the way.
You feel it, hearing these initial surface thoughts, you just push further. Some part of him naturally begins to twist and his thoughts begins to twist and shift to try and force you away, but you just cast those aside, driving mental knives into his psyche and tearing his surface thoughts apart so you can probe deeper. You feel the spell, the part of the spell, kind of almost a sixth sense rooted through the purple spirit as it begins just twisting and spreading branches and roots into his thought process. There is too much for you to get. It's impossible with a spell like this to thoroughly examine every facet of a person's mind. But it does.
If you're looking for something specific.
But it does try to present you with it, and so instead you kind of do a bit of it gives you a general scan. So You gain an insight into its reasoning, if any, its emotional state, and something that looms large in its mind, such as something it worries over, loves, or hates. That's the the phrasing. So, firstly, you get it. Insight into its reasoning. Apparently, he has a thing for halflings.
Yeah.
You gain flashes of far too many sexual conquests than you really wanted to see. His emotional state is horny, and also but also a little bit of concern and guardedness. And you get flashes of things looming large in its mind. And the thing that looms largest in its mind in this piercing through is debt. You get a sense, both a sense of fuck, I've lost a lot on tonight's games, but also you get flashes of losing money in card games a lot over a long time. So the way here's the way this thing works, because of the way that this is phrased. If this creature fails the wisdom saving throw, which it did, whether it succeeds or fails, it knows you're probing into its mind, and unless that you shift your attention to another creature's thoughts, the creature can use its action on its turn to make an intelligence check contested by yours. However, because this is concentration, until it succeeds at ending the spell, you can keep this probe up. So I will rule that for the longer you keep the probe up, although it will be actively resisting you, the more things that loom large in its mind will come forward.
I'm going to keep it for as long as I can, basically.
Yeah, you'll keep searching for other things.
So fuck it, basically.
So
because it will know something's probing, but it can't see me.
Yeah.
So I'm a bit like.
At this moment, the Gerard, who has been just busy.
So does it know regardless? Because I thought if it resisted, it didn't know.
If it so the wording of detect thoughts is
because that was as far as I understood.
Yeah,
it.
if you probe deeper, if it fails, you get all that information. If it succeeds, the spell ends. Regardless of whether it fails or succeeds, the target knows you are probing deep.
Okay, cool.
It's only surface thoughts that it's unaware of.
I'm still going to do it.
Yeah, deep probes it is aware of either way, but if the spell continues, then you can keep probing.
Surface thoughts, I'm just going to see Corzin naked.
Yeah.
So I'm going to keep.
You've seen flashes of far too many naked halflings in your mind just now. But at this, you got this idea of mounting debt. However, up above. Corzin, you notice he suddenly stops looking at your ass. He goes, Wait a minute. What the fuck? Are you in my head? Get out of my head! Man, seize him!
No. What? What are you talking about?
It's one person right in front of him. He knows someone's in his head. So he's going to make an intelligence check, opposed, I think, by an intelligence check on from your end, Celestia.
Lol. So intelligent. That's cocked hugely.
Let me know if it looks like he's winning.
Mine is quite bad.
How bad?
It is an 11, so pretty fucking bad.
Okay. Scamp, you don't feel that weird tingling sensation. As Celestia, you just keep the mental knives driven into his brain in place. You feel strange waves and twistings of thought trying to rip them out, but you just keep driving them in deeper, trying to extract more thoughts from him. However, I think under the circumstances, I am going to call it an initiative count now, as the soldiers in the room begin scrambling up from where they're seated.
Okay.
9 again. My initiatives are not
18.
17.
Yeah, 18. Corzin, 17. Celestia. Okay. And the rest of the soldiers. Okay. So with that in mind, the top of the round, Celestia, I will give you what you find on your turn.
Perfect.
So Corzin, it's over to you. You can see the various members of the guardsmen starting to scramble to their feet, Gerard, rather than drawing his saber, it's actually more. It's actually an old battered old battered sword, rather than a true cavalry saber. Is kind of clutching at his head as if trying to force whatever is piercing into his mind out.
I immediately say, "Are you all right, Captain? Is there something wrong?"
I'm going to ask you to roll a deception check with disadvantage based on the fact that the captain has just called out that someone is in his head.
Yeah,
If you're going to try and talk down everyone all around you.
Actually, if I've introduced myself as a lieutenant, do I outrank everyone else in here?
You would outrank everyone except him.
Right, I'm going to say, men, your captain is ill.
Still deception check with disadvantage.
Yep. Okay, well, that'll be a 5.
Wow. Shit.
Even
Such
with
a bugger, because actually the other, if it wasn't disadvantaged, that would have been a 19.
Yeah, the other men don't seem to buy into this for some reason.
Couldn't imagine why.
Yeah. You still have movement and a bonus action. You are next to the window, within 5 feet of Gerard. You're 10 feet from the door. The window is it is straight open. It is not closed. It does not have glass.
Oh.
There are shutters, which they are currently flung open for because Gerard apparently likes the cool night air. There's also a very well built fire in the room, which is probably why.
Fair enough. All right.
And judging from the sweat, it smells like he's been working out recently, which is why he's trying to cool down.
Oh God.
This is not getting any better. Can I just have a peek out of the window and see if there's like a drain pipe or something I could maybe shin down if needs be?
Roll a luck check.
Okay. 17.
Not right next to the window because that would be poor design. However, there is actually a drain pipe about 5 feet from the window. You would need to leap to get to it, but you could.
Okay, I'm gonna bear that in mind for now. But for the moment, I am going to stay put.
Okay. Celestia, driving your thoughts, your knives deeper into his mind. Yeah, it's just. I'm going to say that you've already broken past its wisdom save. You just lock your thoughts in there until your concentration is broken, or it manages to drive you off. So, thing that looms large in its mind. You've you find the information about the debts. You push past them for a moment. The next thing that comes up to you while you're scurrying through his mind is an image of a figure, a pasty-faced looking white-haired halfling man in his middle to late age, dressed up looking like a clerk. He looks nervous. You see him sort of nervously wringing his fingers around a small sort of leather case. The pair of them are in an alleyway. It seems like Gerard is eyeing up this little accountant-like figure, although not necessarily in the way that he's eyeing up Corzin and paying attention to the alleyway. There seems to be a fragment of a memory. You see the accountant pass him the briefcase before some sort of mental reflex closes in around the memory. That's all you get of that on this turn.
Cool.
However, you do have now a strong mental image of the halfling in question. Yeah. So
I assume that's my action.
It's your action to
that
just
seems
keep,
fair.
I keep driving this in.
To clarify.
You are basically just fighting this weird mental duel with him.
don't think I can really do anything else to help, unfortunately.
Gerard goes
Got
next.
nothing good that's a bonus action.
Can you give me another intelligence check then?
Yeah.
Because Gerard is going to try and fight you off.
12, so not great.
He feebly tries to force you out of his mind.
He's not very
man is
intelligent,
not
is he?
But
Not smart.
Jesus.
No.
I'm going to put this D4 down again.
This guy-
Every time I pick it
Yeah.
up. Every time I put it back down.
you get the feeling he might have got the position for being heavily muscled and good with the men.
Oh no, sorry, that's 14. I do apologise. I've got that.
Still though, you feel his psyche feebly try to resist your probing knives.
Good
but
with
it's
the
not
men in
enough.
what way?
The men, for their part, go next. Actually, no. Gerard is going... What would Gerard try to do? He's used his action to try and fight this off. As far as he's concerned, moving... He's not quite... Oh, no, that's a 17. He's smart enough to maybe think that getting out of line of sight of Corzin would do it. So he's going to try and make a rush past you, Corzin, to get out of the room. You're not you don't have the sentinel feat, so you can't really stop him. But if you wanted to, you could take an attack of opportunity.
Could I, as that attack of opportunity, try and grapple him?
All right, yeah, I'll let you make it.
By the way, I just realised that I'm picturing something super creepy, and I should probably share it. I'm picturing, when I probe deeper with thoughts, that it's like tree roots.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly it.
Yeah.
Sort of like synapses.
I realised that I was picturing it and I hadn't shared it, and I probably should, because
That's
it's
very
scary.
good, yeah.
So carry on.
What's disconcerting, Corzin, is you can half see this because you can see the purple line,
Yeah.
spirit line.
Oh, okay. Right, so that's athletics check, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, that is going to be a 22.
Despite his impressive strength modifier, there's something to be said for proper application of leverage. And with your small height, you manage to trip him up, and and he face plants into the table. His elbow is still visible out the window, so
Which
you
is
don't lose
enough,
line
yeah.
of sight.
Cool.
So he's still within space for the mind probe. The guards are going to act now, as they are immediately going to just start clambering over the table to mob you, Corzin. They are one of them. Okay, we'll say declare actions beforehand. There's 5 people total, so there's 4 of them. I'll say that 2 of them are going to try and grapple you, and 2 of them are going to try and beat you unconscious with clubs and just clubs that they have. So the 2 that are trying to grapple you, can you give me 2 athletics or acrobatics checks, your choice?
Okay. I'll go athletics because that's slightly better. Right, the first one is an 11, and the second one is 15.
Okay, the first one, you just try to force him out of the way, but he managed to grab your arm and just pin it down to the table. So you are now. You are grappling. You are holding Gerard down with one arm, but your other arm is being held down by this guardsman. The other guardsman tries to go for you, slips, almost cracks his head, but halfling lucky feet. At that exact moment, bumps. At that exact moment, the table shifts about a foot away because of the grappling contest, and he instead falls and hits someone else's leg with his head instead.
Oh, pile
so
on!
doesn't take any injury. The 2 that are just trying to beat you, however, are just going to make straight up attacks. One of which was a natural 5, the other of which was a natural 19. So you take 6 points of clubbing damage from one of them as they're just like, stop resisting!
I am not a BB seal.
Scamp, you just vaguely see the commotion going on in the window.
I can do.
I have no idea what to do.
I mean, I'm concentrating on invisibility, so I can't
Yeah.
do
I
anything.
really need to be invisible as well. Like,
Yeah.
I really
you
do.
have sleep, do you?
No, I have
No.
slow, but it's concentration. I
Ah.
have very
That's
few
the
slow
trouble I'm
slots,
having.
spell
There's nothing
slots.
I can do at the same time. Like, literally nothing.
Minor illusion isn't concentration.
It's not. That's true.
I'm going to make an illusion of some sort. This is poorly thought through because I forgot it wasn't concentration. I will make an evil face appear at the window. Evil face.
Since this is your action, I will let you make an intimidation check.
This is the worst plan.
I'm just thinking anything that'll make him think it's not Corzin.
Is it enough
Oh,
to...
intimidation. That's a 24.
Okay, what does the evil face look like?
It's sort of like a melty skull,
Okay, this
but with one big glowing eye. Except it's not actually glowing because I can't produce light. It's just
okay. You have
looks
this.
glowing.
You create this stationary image of something which looks akin to Thurling Thimbleberry, except that it's stuck in a process half melted with a brightly coloured central eye instead of two eyes.
Oh, that's terrifying. Do I see this?
You do see this, and it is kind of terrifying. So roll me a wisdom save.
Okay. I wouldn't immediately know this was Scamp, of course. Yeah.
No, because that would be crazy.
Natural 1, but lucky.
Hey!
Wisdom save. Okay, that's an 18.
Okay, it's high enough that I'll say you don't get the frightened condition necessarily.
What I am going to
First
say
things.
is, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, you find yourself snapping back, like you almost feel yourself locking up with fear, and as you leap away, your head smacks into someone else's, and you're broken out of it.
That is one of the first things that you've rolled that was over a 10 in this encounter, may I point out.
Yes.
You've had really bad luck during this.
I've been
We're
rolling
doing
my
really
non-good
well.
stats.
Hey guys, I think we found the traitor.
Yeah, possibly.
It is, however, enough that the guard's presence suddenly see it and look at, and go, "What the fuck is that?" And it's enough for Gerard to go, "Oh, there! Shoot it!
Can we all try shooting it? Yeah.
Celestia, it's your turn, and on your turn, you probe deeper.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you've made your way through the... roll me a d20.
Ooh.
14.
Okay.
It's just a straight
Again,
D20.
you force your way through into another memory. Two memories. The first is of Gerard stuffing the leather the little leather case beneath a hidden floorboard somewhere. Mm-hmm. The next is of him passing a small wrapped paper package filled with what seemed to be banknotes to someone.
He's so
to
the
someone,
traitor.
who nods and runs away with it.
Got him in one.
That's all
Still
you can
need
get.
proof.
That's all you can get before the mental walls close.
Find
in.
that hit leather case.
Okay. Bear that in mind. The mental walls close in. Gerard goes next. He's still going to use his. I'm going to roll a wisdom check for him. Would he think to do this? No, he does. He's not quite bright enough to think to do what the smart thing would be, so he continues doing what the actual smart thing is and making intelligence checks. If he'd rolled higher, I would have instead have him use his action to try and shoot the scary face.
Yeah, fair.
But his own idiocy works in
He's
his favour.
panicking, yeah.
So roll an intelligence check.
So long this can work, gang. Oh, that's a full-on 1.
Ah.
No saving that with bending luck. That's gone.
Unless he rolls a 1.
He didn't roll a 1. And unfortunately that...
I mean, a 1's a 1, really, isn't it?
Here's the thing. He did roll a 2.
I mean, with my intelligence, that's also a 2, but up to you.
Nevertheless, I think that's probably
I'd say
enough.
a 1's a 1, like, in all seriousness.
And with that, the mental walls shunt you out. Oh, he rolled a 2 as well.
Yeah.
But,
it would have been really funny if he'd also rolled a 1.
and you feel the
connection
connection crack, and the purple spirit slips back into towards you.
The final battle is very feeble from both of us.
Yeah.
I would imagine. Like the mental equivalent of just going,
He is broken and battered from the fight, but this has actually taken a lot more out of you than you thought. So this is the first time doing a deep dive on something that wasn't a terrifying water spirit. So it's the first extended deep dive you've done. So as you come back, you just feel a bit sort of... Ugh.
Yeah, a bit wibbly.
Yeah. Okay, so that breaks the spell for you.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. That is you still have bonus action or movement if you want to use them.
I don't think I want to... How much more invisibility do I have, actually?
You
That's
have
a really good question.
about 5 more rounds of invisibility.
5 more rounds. Okay. That's good.
So another 30 seconds.
Okay.
Anything I could suggest is metagaming. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, you're
Sorry.
fine. Oh, there's literally not much good that I can do here, unfortunately. Let me...
Right.
With a bonus action, there's fuck all.
Do you want to pass on this turn and keep your current position?
I think I want to stay where I am because I don't want to be that far from Corzin and I'm still invisible.
Cool.
So I think I would. I'm just trying to think if there's anything I can do with a bonus action, but like... literally, like, the only thing I have that's a bonus action is Healing Word. Or...
Oh, shit, I realised this isn't actually your turn. Your turn already happened. It was Gerard's turn to fight you off that just happened.
Oh, right.
So, you wouldn't have done anything last turn, though, would you? Really, given
I would have done the same thing, so we can just...
skip through that.
We can just retcon the order.
Okay.
Because we've effectively still done my turn, we've just done it in slightly the wrong order.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, no, there's fuck all I can do, so I'm going to stay where I am.
Gerard...
And wait.
Yeah, Gerard is still pinned by you, Corzin. So one of the guards... So it's the guard's turn. One of them is going to try and break your grapple of Gerard. So can you give me an athletics check, please?
Yep. That is a 23.
Okay, you keep that grapple in place. The others, however, are just going to try and beat down on you.
Do they not even just look at the thing that I was trying to indicate?
Oh, that's a good point. No, they did just they did just see the. I forgot. Yeah, no, they saw the terrifying face. So that's going to change that. One of them is still going to try and break or grapple on Gerard, however. But the other three are going to turn their attention towards the horrifying face and just start hurling things at it. 2 of those things hit and pass harmlessly through the horrible face, which doesn't react in any way. Still wasted their actions. Scamp. You see a beer bottle and a club fly through the stationary face.
Can I tell that the spell's broken and it's over?
No, because you have no way of seeing Celestia.
Yeah, and also you can't see spirits, so you wouldn't know.
Yeah.
But I can't. Is it obvious on Gerard?
You can't really see Gerard. You can see his elbow.
Oh.
Because Corzin is just forcing him to stay in position.
Is this illusion doing any good? Possibly. Thaumaturgy isn't concentration.
Go on.
I make screams of pain come from the skull like it's been hit using thaumaturgy.
Roll the deception check.
I'm very deceptive. Let's see how badly this goes. Oh, that's not good. 13.
Ow!
Oh no! Ow!
I'm gonna roll some insight checks.
I feel like this is just getting weird at this point.
One of them kind of goes like, guys, I'm not sure that's entirely. The others just like, ah! Including Gerard, who Corzin, you are holding down Gerard while someone is still holding on to you, and three of them are now just screaming and throwing things at this now weirdly screaming stationary face.
This is such a clusterfuck. Like,
Okay,
we're so rubbish.
You see, what I want to do at this point is I want to let go of Gerard and fire my pistol out of the window at the illusion, in the full knowledge that, well, it is probably an illusion and it's probably Scamp that's causing it. But it just to try and indicate to the others that I am still on their side, and this is, we are all in this together.
Okay.
It's like, it's a demon! It's a fucking demon!
Roll an attack roll and a deception check.
Okay.
Causing deception is just my new favourite thing. Let's make him do it all the time, just wandering into places with silly hats.
That's a natural 20!
Yes!
The remaining guards, regardless of where that gunshot goes, the guards are now thoroughly spooked. I'm going to say that's enough to push them all the way to frightened.
Okay.
So they have disadvantage on ability checks and attacks while fear targets, while the source of their fear is in line of sight. This actually includes Gerard.
Oh, it's a shame, because now he... Yeah,
sadly.
Would be,
It'd be perfect. But...
Celestia. Unless, Corzin, you want to move at all? I don't think you can, though, because you're grappled, so... and you haven't got another bow. I mean, technically, I guess you could fire another pistol, although I don't know why you would at this point.
I'm going to yell, get the captain to safety! Bang!
Yeah. Celestia, then.
I mean, technically, I can read his thoughts some more. I've got another spell.
Okay.
Technically,
surface thoughts.
I'm trying to decide if it's worth reading any more of them.
Oh, his surface thoughts at the moment they're going to be, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit!
Yeah, but I can probe.
That's true. Okay,
And
up to you.
Like, I could try and find out where this fucking chest is. Or I could do a distraction, but they're already pretty fucking distracted. Fuck it, I'm gonna use up my last spell.
Okay.
Again, hand to temple, X-Men style. Let's go for it. Find out as much as we can, because he's definitely the traitor at this point, so might as well just go for it.
The purple line extends and latches back softly onto his brain. Not strongly, not a deep probe yet, because that takes another action.
Oh, does it? Okay.
Yeah. But you do hear him thinking, fuck, what did they see? What did they see? Fuck! What is that? Fuck! But more French. Fuck! What is that? So, strangely, everyone's thoughts are in RP. No, that's not how it works. Any other actions you want to take?
No, not for now.
Okay. Gerard is
assuming he's still inside of the window because he's going mental at it.
Yeah. Gerard is going to try and break the grapple you have on him. Corzin. So give me an athletics check.
I would have let him go.
Oh, you're just letting him go? Okay,
no,
in which case he is frightened. He's going to run, breaking line of sight.
Fuck it.
Although you haven't started probing into him yet, you still do have a full minute of the thought process still up.
Do I?
You unless someone breaks it. Well, if you only hit the surface thoughts level stage, so it's only when you.
Yeah, but if he breaks line of sight, does that not break the spell?
It breaks
completely?
The surface line. It breaks your ability to scan his thoughts, but the spell doesn't break.
Oh, so if he came back into my line of sight,
if he comes back into your line of sight, you can
keep.
Okay.
Okay.
I will keep it for now then.
Yeah.
In that case.
So Gerard breaks out of line of sight. You feel the connection sort of, damn it, but the purple thread is still there, and makes a beeline for the stairs.
Seems fair at this point.
So do all the other guards, screaming about a demon. Demon! Demon! Scamp, you hear the shouts of demon! Demon! And the sound of running. You're going to run up and try to say that you fight demons. Okay.
Yep. I'm a demon warrior. and run inside.
Okay, this strange hooded figure runs up towards the tower as the folks are down by the guard's gate next to the tower door are wondering what the fuck is going on and scream that you're a demon fighter. Give me a deception check, please.
That is a 24.
Given the weirdness going on, they are so distracted they barely notice you arrive. So you pull open the door and you look up, and as you reach the end of your movement, you can see 5 guards, including Gerard, are now racing down the stairs towards you.
I will step out their way and try and get up when they come past.
Yeah. Okay. Top of the round, it's Corzin.
Okay, so I'm now functionally alone in this.
You're now alone. By the way, all of their winnings are piled in the centre of this table. There's probably about 30 gold here, so you just if you want to take an action, you can just sweep those into a purse.
Yoink, chaotic good, motherfucker, and
I know, the demon stole the money!
Out the window, down the...
Okay, give me an athletics check.
Okay. Okay, that's a 25.
Yep, that's enough. You slap onto it and slide right down. By the way, you get 23 gold pieces in just assorted winnings.
Brilliant.
And a set of cards.
Okay, set of cards.
And you fireman pole down to the bottom of the garret. Celestia, it's your turn. You're still stood in the alleyway, but you can see where Scamp has run up towards the door.
Can I catch Scamp?
Yeah, they're within running distance for you. They're within movement distance for you.
And they're going to be on their way up into the guardhouse.
You saw them running up and then stop and step to one side near the guardhouse entrance, having seen something when they opened the door.
Yeah, I'm going to run up to Scamp, obviously I'm still invisible, and whisper in their ear, "We've got to look under the floorboards, there's a briefcase."
Floorboards. Got it.
Okay.
How many rounds do I have left of invisibility?
You have 4
2
rounds remaining of invisibility.
4?
Yes.
Fuck it, I'm going to start running up the stairs as well.
Okay, you're going to take the dash action? Because when you get there, you can see that Gerard and the others are now running down the stairs. I guess technically you could hold the dash action and run up after them.
Can I do that? Is
yes,
that
you
alright?
can. If you want to hold that as your action.
I'd have to dash to get up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to hold the dash action.
Okay. Gerard and the others run out to the front.
This is so faulty towers, this. It's brilliant.
Fucking ridiculous.
Just a bit of Benny Hill music was great.
Our first round today went so well, and then we were like, oh, let's do a little other one before we go to bed, and it's just like so fucked.
Yeah.
It's hysterical.
Yakety sax all the way, man.
Just screaming about fucking like demon. They are screaming about mind-reading demons. Gerard is clearly sweating bricks. And Celestia, you just speed straight up after them.
Yeah, I've not dropped detect thoughts, but I'm not doing anything with it.
Yeah, no, it takes an action to shift.
That's okay.
Let me just check detect thoughts. I want to see whether you got it back the moment you saw Gerard again.
I don't know if it works like that. I'm not sure. I've not probed.
It's like
you're not
tuning
probed.
into a radio station.
But it does make a difference whether or not you would be able to... It's an interesting thing because it... Oh!
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
what?
I'm sorry, I misread the description.
There's a bit down the end.
Yes. Once you have found... You need line of sight to target a creature. Apparently, once you have that creature, it doesn't... Once they move out of line of sight, as long as they're within 30 feet of you, it still breaks. So I'm sorry, the connection is still there.
Oh, cool.
So if you want, you can instead use your action to reprobe him, if you wish.
You still got your move anyway.
Yeah, I mean, your
Not
movement would
actually
bring you to the bottom of the
done
tower.
anything with my action, have I? If I don't dash, I'm going to try one more probe.
Okay.
Because he's already freaked out. He's not going to think that anything different's happening if I probe him again.
Yeah.
And I'm still invisible.
Yeah.
All right, he gets one last wisdom save, which he does not make.
Excellent.
You drive the psychic knives back in, following, and as the sort of tendril-like spread of purple energy drives into his brain, you sort of go through the wounds you've already delivered, sliding through the channel you already have until you find, now with something you're trying to find in particular, you see there, floorboards closed over, walking down from the first floor. Out, he leaves a house. It's ramshackle. It has faded blue wooden roofing tiles. It's by the river. There, above, you can just see as he passes. He glances up at the silhouette of the Great Bastard before walking down the street. And that's all you can get before the memories close down on it.
I don't have time to say anything else to Scamp, do I?
No, I've
used my talking action. Cool.
So, actually, no. You talking's a free action. You can get another short phrase out.
I'm gonna whisper into Scamp's ear again. Sorry, the floorboards aren't here. They're somewhere else. I've just never mind.
Okay. So. At that point, Gerard and the guards break out. They're screaming about demons. Scamp, it's your go.
I'm gonna just step out, look up at the window, go, "Begone, demon!" And then I'm gonna make the demon shriek and disappear.
Give me a performance check.
That's hilarious.
You do a quick thaumaturgy.
Oh dear, that's an 11. Should have tidesed it.
It's more like a wee.
Yeah, true. You can't. You can't do tides after the fact.
No.
Let's roll an insight check. They look up. They look down to you, and there's a moment of, wait a minute. You still have your movement.
I will run away.
You just break into a run. With all of you now out or invisible, I will say that although the guards start to give chase, Gerard is otherwise occupied, clawing at his own scalp now, and doesn't mount an effective chase after you. So the three of you are able to just scatter and lose them.
Fair. Okay.
Scamp, the others catch up with you a couple of minutes later. About 20 seconds in, Celestia, you're running and suddenly you can see part of your hand, and then actually you can see part of your chest, and you look down and you see...
Oh, it definitely starts with the codpiece, I'm just saying.
Oh, I was going to say, it probably starts with the nose, but no, okay, first thing that appears...
Yeah, the sequins appear.
You look down
funnier.
And you can see the C shape of rivets appear, followed by the codpiece, and it spreads out, and your whole form re-emerges back into visibility.
Well, that was fun.
A flawless plan, well executed.
Flawless indeed.
Good job, team.
Fantastic. Nothing went wrong. I relay to them everything that I've heard. I'm not going to say it all again. About the halfling, about the floorboard, about the house.
We should get to the house then in case he tries to destroy it.
Yeah, maybe we should go there now. Just in case. I mean, if it looks awful.
Onwards! And I take off running in the wrong direction. Wait, no,
Scamp, it's this way.
That way.
Hustle across Victory's Bridge down towards the Great Bastard, and because you have a clear visual image of the house, it is not hard to find.
Yeah.
You find it, and checking the door, you find, although the door is stuck and locked, it is a simple enough matter to open it. The lock on this is actually genuinely laughable. I'm not even going to make you do a check for it.
Oh wow. Just kick it a bit.
Yeah, you just kick it a bit, it goes through, and the house, which is otherwise abandoned, and you can see why, because it is ruined. Like this whole thing is on the verge of collapse.
So no one actually lives here.
No,
it's literally an abandoned house where he stashes his shit.
Yeah. Like there is a hole in the roof. It is the place is practically flooded. It's covered with snow on the inside.
Fair. Okay.
But you scramble up to the first floor, and finding the floor and knowing exactly which floorboard it is, you pry it open, and inside you find a slim leather briefcase, a little leather case with quite a lot of banknotes inside. Less than there were originally. It's only about a fifth full.
Okay.
But
this is
it's enough.
In terms of, like, evidence.
I mean, I think we've got to take it, haven't we, and give it a go.
Yeah.
I can't really think of anything else. Also, I mean, the money is not going to hurt the resistance, let's be honest.
No.
So let's take it back. Oh my god, out of character, what's her fucking name?
Oh,
Help me.
Jacqueline.
My brain was going Josephine because you said that
Yeah.
before and I got confused. We should take this and tell Jacqueline what we found anyway.
Yeah.
Might be enough.
It might be worth having someone watch the house in case his contact comes back.
Yeah,
Also-
we should let them know.
Also, if they want to get the full truth out of him, they should summon him to the courts of justice. Have either myself or someone else who's capable of forcing him to tell the truth cast the spell, and then just ask him questions
That's a really good idea.
That's probably the best way
about
to do it.
this specifically.
Yeah.
Okay. You head back to the... So do you leave anyone here watching this house, or do you go straight to the courts of justice?
I think we'd all go. I don't think
Okay.
we'd leave one of us alone. That's my instinct. What do you guys
No.
think?
Can you send again today?
No,
Or is it all
I'm
done?
fucked, darling. I've got nothing.
Okay.
I've got small stuff, but I can't
Hey,
do
you know what? I
anything
could
big.
fly there really fast and let them know.
I mean, can you fly again today?
Once more.
Do you want to?
I mean, I'm worried about leaving this place unguarded, to be honest.
Well, if
Just
we've
in
got
case he comes back.
if we've got the briefcases, what else is there here for him?
Well, that might be it. He might come back, realise what's happened, and leg it.
True, actually. Well, either one or two of us go and get people, and maybe I can stay here. I'm shit at flying.
Well, I can only make one fly at the moment, I think.
Great. So it's either just you or you.
Oh
and
no, I
Corzin.
could do. I think I've just about got enough for two.
I'll stay here. It's fine.
You sure?
Yeah,
I don't mind
it'll be
going. I could fly on my own.
Up to you, Corzin, where you want to be.
Well, I'm known to him now, so it's probably best that I'm not here.
True. Go with Scamp. I'll stay here.
Watch your ass.
Hey, be stealthy.
I'll be very stealthy.
I don't believe you. And I cast fly.
I hide.
So you're
I don't
hiding-
hide in the house, by the way.
Okay,
Like,
you hide near the house. Corzin,
alleyway.
you're staying here as well? Or are you
No,
going with
Corzin
Scamp?
is going.
Cool. Celestia, give me your stealth check, please.
Lol. It's bad. That's a 9.
Okay. Yeah.
Stealth checks. I just it's not even my modifier is not great, but I always roll badly on them as well. I don't know why. It's like my dice knows I'm a bard. And it's like, you can't stealth. Fuck you.
The
No better than this ranger can deceive.
Yeah, true.
the pair of you fly over the river and up towards the courts of justice. You get a few raised eyebrows and some guards reaching for their guns before you land, and they sort of spot, and some of them spot and recognise you from your previous appearances earlier in the evening. It's now 3 in the morning. It's 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. And however, as you come in, you do find there are still people awake, including Jacqueline, probably thanks to her coffee habit, who is summoned and comes to meet you. Well,
Found you, traitor, but we're worried he's going to bolt.
so it is Gerard.
Yes.
She snaps.
He's not very smart.
She snaps her fingers, and a couple of the guards arrive. Send a detachment to the south gate. Arrest Gerard Monnier immediately and bring him here.
He's got a safe house where he's been stashing stuff. It's near the bastard.
Here. And I hand the briefcase over. Ask him about that.
She takes the briefcase, opens it, raises an eyebrow, closes it. I see.
It might be worth putting a guard on the house in case him or his contact comes back. He's got a contact. He's a pale halfling clerk. All pasty and nervous.
White with what colour hair?
Out of character, it was white. I would have told
White!
Nods and thinks. I believe I know the man.
Who are they?
If my suspicion is right, that is the secretary of the that is Secretary Pierre Blanc, the secretary of the Comte du Benemont, the patron of the Guardian. Which would be a damning case for poor Gerard. Well, we will have an interrogation. I shall need to fetch a mage to take care of thoughts reading and truths work. We should be able to find a potion that can do that can serve as a truth potion, if need be. But I think thought reading.
I can do that if needs be.
Can you?
Yes.
That should make life a lot easier.
And Celestia can do the thought thing as well. We left her by herself at the house, so I think we need to go back.
It's probably best that I'm not in the room with him, because I am known to Gerard now.
I see. Very well. Let us head back to your friend, and we shall send and after extracting the information about the houses, she snaps her fingers. Send a guard over to secure the house as well. While this is happening, however, Celestia, from your hiding place, you see a bedraggled, nervous-looking figure running. Actually, come up from a boat which is rowed across, desperately across the River Arle. To a small, just bit of rough ground. It's as it were the waters are a bit lower than usual, and you see the form of Gerard Manier clamber up over the side of the river and start heading towards the house. However, even with his not necessarily great passive perception, he turns and sees you in the alleyway.
I would like to do the rainbow spirit glows out of my eyes, so take on an appearance of unearthly beauty. And for up to 1 minute, and during that time I can cast command as a bonus action.
You see him reaching for his saber, but then sort of blinks and is bewildered by this suddenly very this bizarrely heavy metal entity that has just stepped out of an alleyway.
I say,
What's
stay, as a command.
He pauses for about 6 seconds.
While he's paused, I'm going to go over with a rope and start tying his hands up and just say stay again whenever he tries to move.
Okay, he's not charmed, so he does get to resist.
Yes, he does indeed.
So let's see how many of these he takes. So he fails the first one, so you're up next to him. He fails the second one.
Fabulous.
You put his hands together and start binding them. He succeeds on the third one, so give me give me what's called this, an athletics check with advantage, because you've already got the ropes mostly around him.
Yeah, it's like nearly
by
tied
this
up.
point.
Oh fucking hell, man! That is terrible. That's a 9.
Give me another roll. That was a tie.
Oh, no way.
He rolled low.
One more roll, yeah?
Yep. He's stretching against this.
Is that with advantage or without advantage?
With advantage.
Okay, good. Fuck me, that is awful. 8.
You seriously.
Did we tie again?
It's a 7.
Fucking hell.
Like, no, it was a 7 with the modifier.
That's so lucky.
You rolled really low. You managed to plant your foot on the small of his
Again,
back.
it's like the shittest fight. It's pathetic from the outside.
Very awkwardly force him to the ground. He's kind of struggling and trying to resist, and he would easily be overpowering you if it weren't for the fact you already had the everything on him, and you are just constantly telling him stay. And he's trying to resist it.
And I just sort of like stick a knee in his back and sit there for a bit, basically.
Point,
once it wears off, because it only lasts for a minute.
Completely bound up.
Yeah, I keep telling him stay while I'm tying him up, and then just sit there with my knee in his back, not letting him move, basically.
And the others fly into place. Your flight spell wears off as you return, and not long after, a contingent of guards arrive, and collectively you escort him back to the palace, to the courts of justice, where he is taken down to a small interrogation room in the basement, possibly the dungeons, hard to say, of the courts of justice, which is a windowless stone room lit with a small lantern. Corzin, you are, I believe, are asked to zone of truth the cell itself.
I do so.
Celestia, you're out of detect thoughts for the day, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm going to say to Jacqueline, darling, I can read his thoughts, but I've sort of used all of it for today, finding out where that briefcase was. If you would let me sleep and come back to it, I can help you out, but I can't do it right now.
Very well. Let us...
Truth might be enough, though.
The truth may be enough, certainly to discern guilt. Come, let us engage in this. And
visually, it'll look like the ambivalent octopus sort of goes into the middle of the room, stretches all of its limbs out, and you see just... Well, those of you who can see spirits would see just like a golden glow spread out from it.
That's really, really cool. I love that.
It reminds you a lot of when you first met the ambivalent octopus, but it seems much less bored with this arrangement, if nevertheless somewhat still ambivalent.
Obviously.
It shrugs.
It shrug after it's done and then come back to me.
Gerard is brought into the zone with others, and you feel him fight against the effect, but at this point, Jacqueline comes in with the two guards that are just holding him down in place, and she has a small pistol which she draws. He's forced down to his knees, and she points at his head and says, "If you do not submit to the truth spell, I will assume you are a traitor and execute you now."
Ooh,
Fair.
I don't do that in character.
I might.
Oh, from the corner. I don't do that.
His eyes flick side to side for a moment, and then causing you feel him relinquish his will to the truth spell. Jacqueline looks back out of the room. You're not visible from the room, but she's looking out through the door to you, Corzin.
I nod.
She nods, closes the door behind her. Celestia,
I listen out the door.
Yeah, anyone who wishes to be present.
I'd like to be present.
Yeah, is in.
I'm not sure I want to be.
Scamp, you are invited to head to the bar if you wish.
I don't think that's a good idea either.
Or maybe to play backgammon with
Leah.
with
I'm going to
Leah.
go and look for Leah, and then I'm just going to talk at her incessantly about all the things I saw today.
You do.
You're so annoying. I love you.
Leah attempts to explain the rules of backgammon but fails. The rules which I will not go into. We don't know them. The interrogation is short but illuminating. Gerard does not simply confess to everything, but when asked but the first question is, "Have you betrayed us?" Have you betrayed us? And he refuses to answer.
Wow.
Well, that gets that out of the question. So,
You want to ask him who this halfling is?
This is true. Please answer all questions with yes or no. I will assume that no answers are taken against you. Actually, yes. Or if I ask you a direct question, who is the halfling that you met with the white hair who gave you this briefcase? There's a pause. His name is Pierre. He brought the money. Very well. Why did he bring you the money? What was the arrangement? Gerard refuses to answer. Forgive me. She turns to you, Celestia. While perhaps this would be easier if I waited until the morning and had you read his thoughts, but with time being what it is, we may need to proceed through more rudimentary means. I will understand if you wish to leave for a brief time.
Oh, is it about to get ugly?
I'm afraid so. We have the ability to ascertain truth at this point, but without a mage to detect thoughts immediately available, we have to do this through simple inflicting sufficient pain to ensure to provide a reason to still answer our questions.
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Seen enough of that.
Yes, I'm not especially comfortable with it, but if there are holes in our security that I should be aware of, I need to know them tonight.
If you have any questions about anything else that happened, just come and bother me. If you do need a thought spell tomorrow as well, again, ask.
Thank you. And you leave. She offers you the same option, Corzin, if you wish to depart for a time.
Well, is there anything more you can usefully gain from him with the truth spell up?
Yes. This torture is an inefficient method of interrogation unless you have a truth spell in place.
Then I'll stay.
Alright, thank you. I apologize for this.
Well, hopefully if the truth spell is here, it'll be less necessary.
Indeed. She has had this discussion in full hearing range of Gerard. Turns back to him.
I figured.
Just so you're aware what the terms are. She nods to the men who begin beating him. Pretty quickly, Gerard gets the message and starts being a lot more elaborate in his answers. Once the initial excessive beatings have finished, very little is added, except where he's being reticent. But over the next 10 minutes, you receive information that, as far he's the only person he knows that was part of the conspiracy, or at least his section of it. He suspected that someone would come for him and had planted evidence to falsely implicate Salet Suleiman over at the Weaver's Gate.
Ooh, that's horrible. Fucking hell.
That could have gone really badly.
Also, that wouldn't have gone well if they brought Salet in and done a truth spell. Because they would have been like, are you a traitor? And she would have said no. Like, it would have carried him a bit, but not for very long.
Yeah.
Gerard, you realise, did not consider the possibility, is not the sort of person who deals a lot with mages and had not considered the possibility of truth spells being available.
Low magic world, people don't consider this
Yeah.
shit, of course.
The figure that you saw in the memory, him passing the wad of money to, was a sneak thief who broke into her home and hid the money under her mattress, or at least was supposed to, if it ever got there.
Yeah. I'm not sure that happened.
Yeah, that totally didn't happen.
Gerard, big and brawn, maybe not big in brains.
Yeah.
But essentially the arrangement was to open up the south gate to the besieging forces.
Oh shit, that would have been so
When
bad.
the time came.
Fuck.
That's why that was why I was confused by the barricade thing.
Well, that was really lucky.
Very little more is retrieved from this, and this being done, Jacqueline finishes up by having him dragged to the back of the room and says, "Very well. A priest will come in to give you your last rites, receive any final confessions, and anything else you wish to say. And at first dawn, you will be executed by Faring Lane." She gives a nod to the two men who leave the battered form of Gerard in the room and lock the door behind him.
Counter-espionage is a filthy fucking business.
I'm afraid it is. Speaking of which, she opens the case and takes 1/3 of the notes out and passes them to you, Corzin. There is another. They come to another 600 gold in banknotes.
All right. Is this for the three of us?
She nods. It seems only fair. The rest will go towards the cause. Unfortunately, I suspect while there was a significant amount more in here originally, it seems that Gerard spent most of that on paying off his various debts.
Well, I suppose you can't have everything, but it's appreciated.
Well, we have his testimony. We have his testimony witnessed. Not that we will necessarily be able to bring charges against the Comte de Benemont, but at least we know who has been orchestrating these attempts.
Indeed, and that's who to keep an eye on in the future.
Indeed. Well, thank you for your aid tonight. You should get some rest.
Agreed. Is there a place around here we can safely?
I believe
crash?
your companion has been lent the use of one of the apartments here. I will make sure another one is available for you tonight.
Grand. I'll gather the others. And indeed, I do so. And
I've gone to Leah to see if she's still awake and wants to play backgammon.
I just sat there going, and then I made this skull, and it did all this laughing, and then they were shooting at it, and they thought it was real, but it wasn't real. It was just a picture.
You have been playing
then I went, I'm the demon
to a constant background of this and.
My life's a lot louder with these people around.
It is. I like it.
Me too. I have a request. Let's roll for who wins at backgammon, because I think that's funny.
Just give me a straight intelligence check.
Yeah. I'm going to fall asleep on the floor.
Oh, 9.
18.
Of course, Leah should fucking win, let's be honest.
Leah solidly wins at backgammon. Fun fact, guys, I have no idea if backgammon is a game of skill or pure chance.
I genuinely don't even know if it's a game you're supposed to win or if it's a cooperative thing.
I've played backgammon. It is a game that one person wins or the other does.
Good!
Okay.
Lovely!
I'm pretty sure it's skill.
Okay. Because I don't know if it's like snakes and ladders. Where
Dice are involved.
Yeah, dice are involved, I know this.
Yeah. But there is strategy, I believe.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Yes. I'll explain it to you off air.
Fantastic. I'm pretty sure
I just curl up on the floor by the chair and fall asleep.
Like, still talking every now and then.
Yeah.
Fairly certain Corzin would have played it as well.
I lean over and go, you're done now, are you?
It's about this point that Corzin emerges.
Jeffrey.
How did that go?
Jeffrey is sort of nuzzled up next to you and slumbering, Scamp.
Oh.
Well,
I cover them up with my cloak. Tuck him in.
Well, you probably suffered less than you would have done had I not been there. And I hand you the watch of 200 notes and place 200 next to Scamp.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad it wasn't too long, at least.
Well, like I said to her, counter-espionage is a filthy fucking business.
Yeah, it's bullshit. But hey, I mean, that's the spy found.
Yes.
Exactly, we were lucky on that one. But I think we're going to have to be extra vigilant in future that there aren't just very rich people who are taking advantage of very desperate people, because that's exactly what seems to have happened here.
Give Leah a look.
She matches it and then looks back to the backgammon board. Well, I think it's been a long night for all of us.
I mean, you've royally bashed me at fucking backgammon.
Yes. Yes, I have.
As always. You're better than me at most things.
Not all things.
I'll happily play one of you sometime when I'm not absolutely dead on my feet.
Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow. Let's all get some rest.
We're fine to stay here, by the way. There are other rooms that have been prepared for us. I figured it was probably the safest thing, and that way, hopefully, none of us get scryed on.
I mean, honestly, I don't think Scamp's moving. I think that might be where they're sleeping for now.
I'm fine with that.
I can cast silence if it becomes a problem.
And
Yeah, where are the rest of us sleeping? That's the question.
there is an apartment down the hall which you also head to.
Cool.
And
Corzin will probably just pull himself up a chaise longue or something.
and heading to rest in the very wee hours of the 28th of full frost, you manage to drift off to sleep. The next day may well bring more troubles and more challenges, or it may prove to be relatively quiet while you make more preparations. But for that, we will all deal with that next time. And before we bid farewell, may I just say I had a whole whodunit planned and everything, and you just happened to pick exactly the right person to mind read off the bat.
Fucking hell!
Regardless.
We're geniuses.
Yeah. However,
That was just literal blind luck.
just blind luck.
Wow, we saw
Well, you also studied it extensively, yeah.
Yeah, it was because of the thing at the gate that I had an instinct.
Yeah.
It was a decision rather than just.
Yeah, no, it was.
Let's go for this one, you know.
But yeah. Well, in any case, thank you
Solved
all
it.
very much for playing. Thank you all very much for listening, and farewell from all of us here at Flintlocks and Fireballs. Fair seas and natural 20s.
We'll bring you safe through deadly force, unless, of course, you are a horse.
From mystery is the truth we find, in part by just reading your mind.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.